here at Portomaso Casino. And what's funny is I know so many people that don't know a word of English outside of bet, raise, and numbers. They may know thank you and hello, you know, but that's really about it. But being that most international poker events are done that way, where English is the official language, if you go to a place like Marrakesh, obviously, or Paris, it's going to be in French. Even there, though, English is technically an official language to be used. Well, we have Joseph now back to the action, opening up the button with a min raise, and Charles jamming it in from the small blind with ace-7. This will work because we could see the player's cards. Evangelista holding the queen-7, and really no reason for Joseph to make such a big call here. It is about 12, 13 big blinds, but does just have king-8 and makes the fold, so Charles picking up some chips. I mean, me personally, I live in a country where I'm not fluent in the language despite living there for 14 years. Obviously, I do understand a lot of Lithuanian, living in Lithuania for so long. But even before that point in time, I was always comfortable. We have no official English language rule, but I know numbers in Lithuanian. All the dealers know English. All the players know me as, you know, the American guy that lives in Lithuania for so many years. So I'm part of that community, which is great. But it's really a localized thing. You know, it's you should just be comfortable if players are comfortable. It's nice having those rules in the big events, but I've never encountered a situation playing where I felt players were talking about action in a different language that I might not understand. And in the beginning, when I was understanding quite a lot, I didn't tell all the players just to actually confirm that. But we have Antoine. I think Antoine opened from under the gun, but we'll find out soon enough. Did min raise it with the king-9 suited. So easy peasy lemon squeezy. We got a walk and we can see the 11 players there. We can see some of the bottom ends of those prizes and now the top ends. But the prize pool is only half the story, maybe even less than half the story, because at the final table is when the mystery bounties will be pulled. There's a 10K mystery bounty, a 7,500 mystery bounty, a 5,000 mystery bounty, two 2,500 mystery bounties, two 1K mystery bounties, and two 500, I would say, whammy kind of prizes. But still nice to get a little bit of extra. It's half a buy-in, but not as nice as getting that 10K. So it will provide a lot of excitement, emotions, especially when that 10K bounty is pulled. Joseph back in action. This time with ace-5 offsuit with a min raise from under the gun. We are short-handed at this table, so under the gun isn't the same as under the gun 9 max as it is 6 max. It's more like a mid-position open than an early position open. And Antoine, so maybe we got the two big stacks to collide with the Ducks. He's at least going to defend here. An interesting flop here. Joseph flopping the top pair, a deuce to the wheel. Meanwhile, Antoine may think a deuce is live, and he knows his 5 is live to complete his wheel. His equity is rather low just because, to be fair, a deuce doesn't help him. Would give Joseph that wheel. But Antoine might perceive those as live outs. and may feel that this 12,000 bet, a little more than 1/3 of the pot, is good enough to come for another card. And does check call. Nine of spades on the turn doesn't really change too much. May give Antoine some concern if he's facing another bet by Joseph, though. And it looks like bet it will be incoming. And more than half the pot, at least 30,000 in there. It's 35,000 bet, making it very hard for Antoine to stick around. Antoine likely shouldn't be sticking around, though, even if he thinks his deuces are live. That would actually give him 6 outs. So he would be at about 12–13% chance to win the pot. And he's not getting those prices unless he's factoring in the implied odds of being against the big stack. But once a deuce or a 5 comes, it makes the board so much scarier for an opponent. We see in this case both players are asking for a deuce or a 5 without realizing how much it might improve the other player. And also, we're very close to the money, which adds another dynamic. Now, Antoine wants to preserve his stack, but when you're facing against a big stack, he should be putting pressure on these other medium-sized stacks that would make it no reason for them to blow up their stacks. And Antoine may have all these thoughts going through his head, but does come up with the obvious fold there. Maybe not super obvious, but correct fold there in that situation. Welcome back, Jim Ladd. Lurk away. We do appreciate when you are in the chat too, but lurkers are welcome. Especially if you're playing the free roll, Jim Ladd, then we do want updates starting at 9 o'clock. So we have about an hour and a half before the $500 free roll starts. The password to that bad boy is millions23. Do not share the password with others outside the stream because it reduces your chance of winning a bigger prize. And also, we want the prizes to go to our loyal Party Poker TV community. And I can't necessarily say it's the best Twitch community because I haven't visited the millions of Twitch communities, but out of the many that I have visited, I enjoy the Party Poker TV Twitch community the most. So do want to see you guys win rather than some random person that got the password just because somebody went out of their way to share it. But back to the action, we have Charles with Jack 4. Easy fold. This is a different situation, though. We have Evangelista here with the pocket sixes, and he is jamming his 13 big blind stack from the cutoff. Let's see if anybody else wakes up with anything they can play back at him at, but it won't be Antoine with the 8-5, and let's see what Joseph has, and it won't be Joseph. Even though he would have been flipping with the Queen 7, it doesn't play well against a jammer's range. And our sole Hungarian at the table has taken the blinds and ante. Oh, we're doing hand for hand on the final tail bubble. It's been a while since I've seen that anywhere. Lately, they've been just playing that out in real time and just monitoring the situation, but I do think the hand for hand is a lot fairer. Whenever I'm giving feedback to organizers, I say, let's go back to the hand for hand. So happy to see that. But it does mean we lost a player. And it does mean that we are down to just a single Hungarian in the field because it is Georgi Malarnik out in 11th place, 2 players shy of the money. And now we are on the money bubble with 10 players remaining. The top 9 players will lock up 990 euros. Payouts go up from there with an 8,580 euro top prize, but the big news in this event will be these mystery bounty pulls. We did just talk about them, but let's just say there is a 10,000, 7,500, and 5K bounties right up there. So the big winner doesn't have to be the one that is hoisting the trophy in this event, providing a unique experience for poker players. Joseph jamming it. It's not a jam for 382 because Charles just with 98K and Charles forced to fold his king 4. So Joseph near 400,000. Stack just keeps getting bigger and bigger. So it looks like the outer table is also playing at a faster pace. We see players getting back to their seats. And we're probably not hand for hand because it's final table bubble. It's probably just a coincidence because the top 9 places do pay. And then you definitely do want hand for hand on the actual money bubble. In case 2 players go out at the same time, then they would share that min cash. The player eliminating them would collect the mystery bounty for the 9th place finisher, but not for the 10th place finisher. But we do have some action at the outer tables, so we can talk about... Oh, no we can't. We're going back into the action. Scott folding his suited ace. The 3 didn't appease him apparently. And Joseph not playing any 2 from the button. I think on the bubble you actually can. Especially with the stack sizes of Charles and Giacomo. And in a short while, I won't be joined in the booth, but my partner in crime, Venice, aka Santa Madonna, will be joining for the final table, doing exit interviews, but more importantly, handling the mystery bounty envelope element. So looking forward to seeing her on the stream. She's been doing a fantastic job all week, so just in case I don't thank her later, want to give her props. She's been working hard, providing an amazing vibe both for the staff and the players, and enjoy listening to her interviews. I can sit back and relax in the booth and listen along with you when she's doing that. And we do plan to have Matt Staples in the booth at some point, and during the break I'll try to track down a time. And we might get Jonathan Rabb back in too, the media coordinator for the Party Poker Millions Malta, to give us some updates about what else is happening outside the mystery bounty event. We do know the Grand Prix is playing down to a final table today that has a $1 million guarantee. But I am miles away from that action, so we will get our sideline reports, hopefully from Jonathan Rabb, about that. Meanwhile, we're back into the action. Antoine waking up with the 9s from under the gun. Nobody else waking up with anything, so we're likely to have it fold around. Antoine getting the blinds, and we will wait for the other table to play out before heading into the next hand. Here we go, a little player profile on Antoine Rahal. We can see that he is pre-flop raising 14% of the time, so this is basically a player that's more or less, at least at this point, playing more his cards and not trying to do any relentless aggression. And Joseph, meanwhile, his VPIP and pre-flop raises are a bit more, but he does have chips. His ranges can be much wider, covering the entire table. Even if he doubles a player up, even one of the bigger stacks, he is still in good shape. So I do like this side-by-side player comparison, so thank you for those graphics. We got a little bit about Charles, the man that I said that I felt had the most experience at this table in terms of live poker tournaments, has nearly 1 million euros in cashes, but perhaps one of the newer players also is at that range. And you can see he is kind of medium aggression, 17% pre-flop. Some of these stats can be a little bit jaded only because we've gone from full ring, we've gone from short-handed to full ring, back to short-handed again. But it gives you a general idea of the styles of the players if you are just tuning in. So Joseph now, we said he could be opening wide with his big stack and ace deuce from under the gun on a money bubble. Could be considered wide by any other player at the table but Joseph. There may be an all-in at the other table. That we do see players standing up to see what's happening. But meanwhile, Joseph picking up another 15K. Every time he gets a walk, 15,000 is added to his stack. It looks like players were just standing up to find out how many chips some of the other players have. But here we have now Evangelista, and he's also been quite kind of tight. A 13% pre-flop raise, so 5%. He is not the pre-flop aggressor, but coming into the hand. Has one of those middling stacks, at least at this table. It's a 15 big blind stack, so still can open pre-flop without jamming. Scott Fingland was one of our newer players at the table, and we can see that he right now has played the tightest in terms of statistics, but we've also seen his cards and just situational. He's had nothing that he could have really done differently at any given point in time. And Scott Fingland is from Canada, actually, so coming all the way out from Canada, or perhaps he calls Malta his home. We can try to find out a little bit more about him as well. I'm not sure what flag is attached to Scott, actually, because the shadows are breaking it, but I do believe he is from Canada from the information I've gathered. But meanwhile, the other hand played out at the table, so back to the action. Scott Fingland is from Waterloo, Canada, and his largest score came actually in Vegas during the Deep Stack Championship poker series, where he had a final table in a $600 no-limit hold'em event for $12,000. So there's a good chance he will have his largest live cash today, although perhaps bounties won't get recorded in terms of his Hendon Ma profile, which I did just refer to. So it may not be his largest live cash, but it'll be among there no matter what. So Trisam saying from Quebec. So it looked like maybe a French flag, so maybe they heard him speaking French and assigned him to France. But French-Canadian is a bit different than French-French. Can I say that? French-French? How do you say French from France? That would probably just be French. And French from Canada would be Canadian French? You know better than me, Trisams. Correct me where I'm wrong here. But I know that the dialect is a little bit different, and it looks like we might be on a break. I'll wait to see if we head into the action or not. I've had no cue on it. And it does look like we're on a break, so a final table was reached. We did lose Salvatore Caruso and is down to 9 players. Be back soon.
At first, we thought it was just one island, but there's magic in numbers.
And this place? Well, it's so much more.
We thought we knew these waters, but it's a museum down here.
And through these caves, you uncover some unbelievable views.
Just make sure you snap a shot from up there. A hop-on, hop-off boat tour hits different when the locals lead the way.
We thought we knew dining experiences, but this is something else. By night, you can soak up the sights of the beautiful city under the stars.
And by day, you can get a thrill in a whole other kind of way. Adventure is out there. You just gotta paddle to it. Before, you can jump right in. And you know what they say. Friends who leap together, stay together. The best way to explore the islands? Well, take your pick. Need a timeout? Turns out, flow state isn't only found in yoga barns.
Go off the beaten track and you'll find wine tastes so much sweeter. And the stories last longer when you pick the grapes straight from the vine.
So cheers to sunsets from a beach club,
A rooftop pool,
a 12th century church.
or even a cliff top.
We thought we knew how to celebrate, not like this. Come on! The best thing about it? When you think you've seen it all and done it all, there's always so much more to explore. At first, we thought it was just one island, but there's magic in numbers.
And this place? Well, it's so much more.
thought we knew these waters, but it's a museum down here.
So we have Michelle opening up to 9,000 and Scott contemplating his ace-5. We do not know too much about Scott quite yet because we've only seen a few hands. His first hand, he effectively doubled while eliminating a player with pocket eights. We did learn from the chat, so thank you BPLPS, that Scott was on 2 final tables this week. If there's a chance that my break, I'm on a 30-minute delay, coincides with his break, I will try to have a quick chat with him as well to learn a little bit more. And I'm familiar with a lot of the European players, but not, even though I'm American, not so much with the American grinders and the Canadian grinders as much as I really should be. So it is a new name for me as well. So Charles, who defended flopping top pair, and Michelle may give a little stab at this 24K pot, did open from under the gun. Ace King would open from under the gun. A lot of kings would open from under the gun. The story checks out. And the board isn't super dry where you want to try to do any trappy. So do like the continuation bet, trying to rep that king. It's just not going to work out with Charles having the king jack. It would take a bit more on future streets to push him off, and who knows if that would even work. But it's another king on the turn, so now Charles is definitely not going anywhere. Turning trips may actually slow Michelle down, unless he thinks that Charles has a 5 or 4 calling with, or some clubs, or a 6-7, then maybe he'll fire out again. But this time a little bit bigger if he does it, or setting up for a bigger bet on the river, but does slow it down with a check back and the 4 of spades, double pairing the board on the river. So Charles with the full house now. Second nuts on the board, but he shouldn't be that concerned about Michelle having pocket 4s in his hand. And betting big, 30,000, no, not so big, 10,500. It probably doesn't matter what Charles bet there. Michelle will likely fold. Has a bluff catcher if he's putting his opponent on a 6-7. So maybe he's thinking how many 6-7s does Charles have, or 3 6s that he might be defending with. Or would Charles defend with a 3-deuce suited? And then tried to take it away when not getting there on the turn and river. So Charles does not get, oh, he does get a call actually. So Michelle trying to bluff catch, but it's not going to work against the full house. So Michelle down to 200,000, didn't lose too much that hand. Charles and Michelle having a nice little laugh together. Is it a 3-bet or a call? Looks like a 3-bet. 27 maybe, let's see. 3 bets to 27,000 gets Michelle to fold his 7-6. He probably would have defended there. And Joseph, let's see what he does. If he peels it off, he'd be playing in position. We know if he 4-bet jams, Charles is probably folding. The safest move here is to fold because we have not seen Charles or really any player 3-betting with impunity at this standpoint, and you have to give Charles more credit than those pair of 3s, at least the first time. If you had something like ace-queen, maybe, but king-queen is still strong, so we'll see how Joseph approaches this. Does indeed jam it, perhaps sensing that he could get a fold from Charles, and I think this will work. If the mystery bounty element was in play already, then that would be a different story. But from a chip EV point of view, it is a fold, and Charles does fold. So good try there by Charles to take one away, and good instincts by Joseph to understand that his 4-bet jam would work. And in this case, even if he's called, it would have been a coin flip. Does indeed jam it. Michelle likely to snap fold it, and if he doesn't fold right away, it's for Hollywooding purposes. Does indeed fold, not wasting anyone's time, and Andre picking up some free chips. waiting for his spot and feels this is it, jamming it in with the king-9 suited. And Michelle may feel inclined to call. If Scott had more chips, it would be a different story. Michelle understanding if he calls, at best he is flipping, but may feel he's priced in. Doing the math, you could see the gears moving in his head and thinking if it was a little more, a little less, that would change my decision. But it's basically getting 2-to-1 odds on a coin flip. He just doesn't know that he is flipping. And Scott getting away with one, getting Michelle to low down. I didn't think necessarily Scott had 3-bet fold equity, but apparently he did. And it's up to 51,500. And Michelle, who was above 210, is now down to 172, but it's still more than he began the feature table with. And Joseph opening up to 9,000, and Michelle in the big blind, likely to defend his ace-8. He may be 3-betting actually here because it is a button open. I just don't see him ever folding. And it looks like he's trying to get maybe a read from Joseph. It was looking back and forth at Joseph and then in the air, but does just call. And what a flop here for Joseph. I mean, it's an action flop for both players, but Joseph flopping the gut shot to the royal. So has a flush draw, has bottom pair, has a gut shot to Broadway, but it's Michael who actually, if the hand ended now, would have been the winner, but you could see that he's actually nearly a 2-to-1 dog. And this isn't a small bet. The pot was just 24,000. It is an overbet, putting quite the pressure on Michelle. Joseph loving his massive draw and the bottom pair to go along with it. I mean, we even know that a king would put him ahead. But Michelle not scared away. And now the pot is already bloated to 84,000. And the 4 of clubs on the turn is safe for Michelle, not the card that Joseph particularly wanted to see. Let's see if he continues the aggression or whether he's going to check to see a free river. The problem with betting here is you could wind up eventually either having a decision for your stack if you bet and Michelle raises. He may want that free card, or he may want to see if he can take down the pot now or juice it up in case he hits his river card. So Joseph back at it again. This time it's bigger in terms of chips, but smaller in terms to the percentage of the pot that he's betting into, but it's still 35,000. A rather big bet considering Michelle would be under 100,000 if he calls with one more card to come. It's almost a coin flip situation. But Michelle not scared off. Oh no, the 10 of diamonds on the river. I mean, it's very good news for Joseph, but not so good for Michelle. The good news is that it'll be much easier for him to get away now than if it was, let's say, the 2 of spades or even the jack of clubs, for example. Because certainly now with the nuts, Joseph is going to fire and likely will be betting his whole stack, being it's 1/3 of the pot. Does indeed jam his stack, and I think Michelle will quickly enough fold, but maybe he will try to think, do I have a bluff catcher? We did see him bluff catch with a queen high earlier, but that was on a double paired board. This is a super wet board, and he does fold, and now Joseph is the table captain. Does have 2 of the bigger stacks in position on him, but very good awareness there. And it looks like we are down to 16 players And we are keeping the same table, at least for now, but the plan is to likely switch it during the break, which should be happening in about an hour's time. But Michelle jamming from the small blind. It is like nearly a 25 big blind jam, about 24 big blinds. I guess effectively it's a little bit less, but you get the general idea with both players having a similar stack. And Giacomo with the ace-9 would have to commit his whole stack, so it was good timing in a way for Michelle, unless there's a call, but it's hard to call off your whole stack with ace-9 suited when you're down to 16, 9 in the money, and does indeed fold. So Michelle grabbing some free chips after losing a little bit right before we took a small break. And look at this, Scott getting there right away on the ace 7-9 flop, connecting with his ace, even has backdoors to a flush, just has to fade 2 outs though. And now definitely 2 outs with the runners all gone on the king of diamond turn. And it's the 7 of clubs pairing the board on the river. Scott gets the check mark, gets the double up, and meanwhile Evangelista loses a big chunk of his stack with the 10s. There are 2 hands that you can play a million different ways, and that's 10s and jacks, and no matter what you do, it always seems to go wrong. And Michelle with the dominating ace from the hijack. Let's see if he can find a 3-bet. Is thinking it through. Michelle does study a lot and jams it. We'll be in an amazing spot if nobody shows up with anything and Andre calls, but he'll be happy to get the free chips anyway if Andre does fold, not knowing that he's dominating his ace-10 with his ace-jack. And Andre folding his ace-10 very quickly, very disciplined. And Michelle getting some chip. Welcome back. This is Jason Glatzer coming to you live at the Party Poker Live Millions Malta. And we have reached our final table of 9 players in the Mystery Bounty event. It was an 1,100 euro buy-in. Players are now in the money for at least a min cash of 990 euros. But more importantly, the Mystery Bounty element has begun. So expect a lot of excitement every time a player is eliminated, because one of those envelopes contains a prize of 10,000 euros, which is more than the 8,500 and change on tap for the trophy winner later this evening. Because we are 9 max though on an 8 max table, for a little bit of time we're not going to have whole cards until one player is eliminated, but we'll try to follow along the action visually. I do like this wide angle that we have now, so we should be able to see quite a bit. And Voldemort is back, rooting on Hungary. I'm not sure if you were here at the end, but we did lose Georgie in 10th place. So there's just one Hungarian player left, and that is Joseph in seat number 1, Joseph Faust. And he is second in chip with 347,500, only behind Billy Poyalinen in C3 from Finland with 562,000 in chips.
Just play a normal tourney, but someone got 10k extra.
Ah, ok, però una volta presa è mia, anche se esco dopo, non lo ridò io il solo il mio.
So it looks like players are getting some instructions in their native languages so everybody knows what's going on. When there's no action in play, sometimes you'll see staff communicating in native languages just to make sure that everything is clear. It's different when the action starts, and then it's usually English only when cards are in the air. So we have .inha666 in the chat. Best of luck in the free roll to you, and hope you stick around. Hopefully the audio is fine. I believe that was just during the best hands that maybe the audio wasn't optimized for that portion, but hopefully you're hearing me more than fine. And we have the button on Michelle in seat number 8 with the green shirt. And this could be fun. I mean, we're going to be doing some old school commentating. Back in the days when we didn't have hole cards, we were still able to televise some poker. And then it went to this window images before the RFID technology was developed, which allows us to have such high quality streams here at Party Poker Live Millions Malta. But right now, we will not be using the RFID readers in front of each player because we have 9 players with 8 left. And we have Philly folding. So actually the button is on Scott in seat 9. And then Antoine taking his time looking at other players' chips in seat number 4 before folding his hand. But it was a snap jam for about 92,000 from Giacomo Evangelista. Let's see if anybody else will come along for the ride. We're still at blinds 3,000, 6,000, so it's more than a 15 big blind shove. It's folded around to Michelle in the cutoff. And Michelle giving up, and now Scott on the button quickly folds, so it's off to Joseph in the small blind. Voldemort's hero, wearing the Dragon Ball Z t-shirt. And he's going all in over the top, so we have an all-in a call right away. It looks like pocket fours for Joseph. We cannot see what Giacomo has yet, but it looks like a pocket pair as well. And I'm guessing it's better than fours, but let's see. It is ace-10, so it's not a pocket pair, it's a pure race, but the race now has been lopsided. We have a 10 connecting with Giacomo on the 3-6-10 flop. A 2 on the turn, so now it's a 4 or a 5, and it showers, and we're down to 8 players. But at 10 pairs the board on the river, so Giacomo doubles through Joseph with trip 10s. Already some excitement very early on. And great job by the camera crew for allowing us to see all the action without the readers. And you might be saying, what's he doing with doing that with fours? And the reason he's doing that with fours is, although there is some element of ICM, more importantly is the mystery bounties. And we could see he was flipping for a mystery bounty with a chance of collecting 10K. So you're going to take some of these higher variant spots at final tables. At least a lot of the players will, that you maybe wouldn't take if it was just a pure non-bounty tournament. folds all the way around to Michelle in the hijack. Michelle enjoying a massage. I believe that is Aaron, the masseuse, in the background. And opening, it looks like for 14. 17. So maybe blinds have gone up to 4-8 at this point. We can take a look. It looks like it is indeed 4-8 now, just looking at the chips really closely, and it's Ville in the big blind with a decision to make. Ville began this final table with the chip lead and still has by far the most chips in play, well north of 500,000 in chips in that stack. Jack, Queen, 5 flop, 2 hearts. Pretty good flop for Michelle's opening range, his perceived opening range anyway, but does check it back. We also have Joseph, apologies, in the hand calling from the button before we had the big blind defend. So Michelle checks, but it's Joseph now leading out on this flop for 18,000. Those yellow chips you see are 5,000 each, and the blue ones are 1,000 each. So if you're just tuning in and wondering why we do not have hole cards, we will have them pretty soon once one player is eliminated, but we have a 9 max final table, which is very standard in an 8 max tournament. Pretty standard unless it's a 6 max tournament to start at 9. The feature table is designed for 8 players, and it wouldn't be fair to have 8 players where we see the cards and one player basically free rolling all that information, never having to show their cards in the reader. But we'll be able to follow along the action with all these great camera angles. And then as soon as we're down to 8, the coverage will come back to normal. So Giacomo thinking about what to do from under the gun here. Reaching for some chips. And it's a min raise from under the gun. Charles quickly mucking his cards. And after Gios mucks, as does Michelle and Scott and Joseph. Pablo's giving up as well, folding all the way around to Ville in the small blind. Ville finding a call from the small blind, and we'll see if Antoine wants to complete as well. No, Antoine giving up from the big blind. So heads up to the Queen 9-4 flop, 2 spades, a very wet board. Both players in check. Another spade on the turn, so it's a 3 of spades. So Ville checks, but this time Giacomo bets out. It looks like just a min raise, a min bet of around 8,000. It was for maybe 9,000. It looked like just one chip and change going back to Ville after making the call, and it's the 8 of clubs completing the board on the river. So those jack 10s would have gone there, flush draws would have gone there on the turn. Both players checking. And it's 9-7 for Ville, and the ace of spades and the muck cards, and the 9 was good. So Ville adding to his chip leading stack. The sole player at the final table, I think even the sole player to make day 2, waving the flag from Finland, but is the odds-on favorite to win this event, at least at this juncture. with about 600,000 in chips. Matt's Twitch 420 tough fish on seat 8. So we're calling Michelle a fish now. I don't know about that. Maybe at times hyper aggressive, you know, when he finds his spots, but very solid player. It's not the first TV table I've actually commentated with Michelle at it. And know that he studies quite a lot as well. I figured, Mats, that you were probably a friend of his, just doing a slight troll there. And speaking of Michelle, he looks like he's facing an open. It looks like there's 10K in front. That might be the big blind, though. We have to scroll out because it does look like 2 chips. So looks like Michelle's in early position looking to do something. Not this time. Scott folds as well very quickly after him. And folds all the way around to Villy on the button, who also folds. So let's see if Giacomo or Antoine get into the action. Antoine folds, Giacomo completes, and Charles checking back his option very, very quickly. So it's a battle of the blinds and a limp pot with the ace, 4, 10, 2 diamonds. And Charles reaching for some chips, likely something near min bet. This could be a little bit more, not too much more. Those red chips, I believe, are 500s. I believe at this juncture, the largest chip in play are those yellow chips that are each worth 5,000. So when we look at Billy's stack, we see they're stacked in 20s. He has more than 500,000 in those yellow chips alone. So sitting close to 600. That's right. We did learn earlier that Scott did have 2 final tables this festival. So this is final table number 3, the trifecta. I do not believe he has won any of those yet. So now he has a chance to make the 3rd time a charm. But either way, that is super impressive. So we have an open from under the gun by Evtigios from Cyprus for about 18,000. And it's a jam by Scott, who we were just talking about. 3rd final table appearance. Did not come with the big stack. That is less than 10 big blinds he is shoving with. We may not know the exact count unless somebody asks for a count. Oh my! So we have Giacomo coming over the top from the small blind, so we're going to have another showdown. But meanwhile, Evtigios has a decision to make. He did open for 18. There are 2 players all in front of him. That means if he defeated them both, I don't think he has Giacomo covered. That would be 2 bounties. But it's not an ICM situation at this final table. Of course, there is some, but in terms of the math, you need to consider all the mystery bounties in effect. Eliminating somebody is potentially worth more than 1st place, depending on what you pull out of that mystery envelope. But Evtigios does fold, so let's see what the 2 players have. We have Giacomo with Big Slick. It's Big Slick versus Big Slick, so it's probably an everybody loves a chop situation, but let's see if a cooler develops. There are no clubs on the board, nobody with hearts, so this is going to play out as a chop, but let's follow it along anyway. A 7 of hearts on the turn. Can we just get a straight on the board just for fun? And the 2 of diamonds on the river, so it is a chop pot.
I'm gonna see them.
La vedi?
Yeah, you can.
Can see la me?
No, we can't see that screen. No, we can't.
Oh, you can't? Oh.
We can't.
And it sounds like maybe FTGOs
Yeah, of course you can.
would have won the hand. He is shaking his head, but being that we cannot see the whole cards at this juncture, we will have to take his word for it.
Yeah.
Even Aaron in the background having a good laugh. But you can see that it is a good spirited table. Players are having fun. Mystery bounties are meant to be a lot of fun, a lot of adrenaline pumping.
7, 6, 6, everything wins.
And love this chat, already explaining things before I have to, so keep up the good work, guys.
Strike.
Wow.
That's 7K EV there. Just past the
70K.
So it looks like maybe Michelle opened. He has cards in front of him. So Michelle did open from under the gun. We don't have the camera angle to see how much, but he's been min-raising or 17K, 18K. That's kind of like what he's been opening for at this blind level. Action over to Antoine, who looks like he 3-bet from the cutoff. So maybe, I can't tell how many chips Michelle has in front of him. It might have been a limp by Michelle even. But we do have a call by FTGOs from the blinds. And Michelle coming along for the ride as well. So it's 3-way to the 5-3-6 flop, 2 clubs, 1 diamond. Would normally favor a big blind's range. Checks around to Antoine, who kicked off this final table with 269,000 in chips in 3rd place. Looks like he has a little bit less than that now, but can get some back this hand depending on what happens. It looks like a bet of around 20. Decisions for the Cypriot. And he's jamming it in. FTGOs pushing all his chips and the mystery bounty card across the line before grabbing back that mystery bounty card. And Michelle hasn't snapped on anything. Oh, he already folded, and it works. So FTGOs picking up some chips. He began the day with around $250,000. Not began the day, but the final table with about $250,000. I'm quite enjoying doing this without hole cards. As long as the camera angles keep up, I mean, the production crew is doing an amazing job at 24H Productions, and it's rather fun not knowing what the players have from time to time. I do like mystery hands once in a while, but now every hand is a mystery hand for every player. And we have Pavlos. We haven't seen much of him. He wasn't at any of the featured tables from Greece. Pavlos Xanthopoulos getting into the action here. It looks like a min raise to 16. There may be a blue chip hidden behind Joseph's head in the camera view though, so it could be 17. That's right, Twilight of the Beer Gods. Mystery hands and the mystery bounty. Mystery, mystery, mystery all over the place. I could have played this off as intentional that we want mystery hands because of the mystery bounty, but it is because we are at an 8 max table, as Valkyrie explained moments ago, and Supernova has also explained. And here we go. We have a 10-8 Jack Rainbow flop. Michelle checks, who defended from the big blind. And let's see if Pavlos, we don't know anything about his playing style. Doesn't look like he has a plethora of chips, though. And although it's in the money, the big money is going to come by building your stack. Unlike other tables where you might be happy watching other players bust out to get the second, that means somebody else is collecting that mystery bounty. So it's good to chip up and cover some players. He is covering, it looks like, what Scott has in his stack, for example. But he's up against Michelle. Michelle does have Pavlos maybe covered. It's hard to tell because he did lose a few hands. And Michelle jamming it in. Let's see what Pavlos does here. Alex, the TV table dealer, might be counting it out.
64,500.
So about 65,000 was the jam. And Pavlos appears to have that much in his stack, but not by much. Thinking about different possibilities here of what Michelle can have. And I don't even want to predict it because Michelle has so many moves in his arsenal that I'm pretty sure he's not doing this without a made hand or a draw. But if he got a read on Pavlos, maybe he's doing it with something less. Michelle also does need to get some chips. He understands the bounty element of this tournament quite well. I believe all the players at the table have a general understanding of that. It's hard to do the complete maths, but if you understand the general, that will get you pretty far in terms of strategy. He's taking his time, which is more than fine. We're not playing online. There's no time bank timer. If he's taking too long, any player at the table can call the clock. I've seen players actually call the clock on themselves, which is always a funny spot. I think they're doing it more to be amusing, but one of the players was doing it is, no, I need to be under the pressure to make a decision, and then I'll make a better decision. Does give up on the hand. Michelle asking if it was 10-9. And Michelle not sharing, but a big smile on his face. No point in giving away free info from either player. All that info will come out when it's 8-handed, when players on the rail, they might be watching the stream. Players are not allowed to have phones at the table, but they can get out of the booth whenever they want. You know, talk to somebody that might be watching the stream. They can wait till the break. What players do off the table is their business. And sometimes you see these massive support groups coming for players at final tables. And usually there's one or two people watching the stream while also watching things play out in live time as well, because we are on a 30-minute delay. And then if they pick up something, they may actually share it with their friend, or maybe they have a small piece. It's fairly standard in poker tournaments. It's not a team game, but tennis is not a team game, but there's always a coach watching very closely for any exploits a tennis player can potentially have. It is very similar in poker as well. We have an open, it looks like, for 18,000 by Joseph in seat number 1. We'll get the official introduction of all the players once we're down to 8 players, just like we have happened yesterday, where the lovely Venice, aka Santa Madonna, will be interviewing the players, just getting a sentence or two, maybe a little bit longer from each player at the table. And then that will likely be followed by the first mystery bounty pull. We might as well have that at the official final table. Right now is the warm-up or unofficial final table of 9. Are players able to take a deck of cards at the end of the festival? You know, sometimes, let's say, there are decks of cards as, let's say, merch that could be handed out. I can't say whether that happened at this event or not, but Party Poker in the past has included decks of cards in their merch bags for qualifiers and other players. Is it possible to get one from the casino? Probably not. I used to get all the time when I was still living in the States these deck of cards with holes punched in that would be from casinos. They basically were punching like a complete hole through the entire deck. So we would use them for poker and all our cards would have holes in them. We were too young to know that if the hole is in a slightly different spot, maybe somebody can spot it. But when you're 12, 13 years old, playing for fun, that doesn't really matter. And Charles jamming a lot. Not a big stack anymore for Charles, but actually it is quite a big stack if he did jam. No, he folded. It was an all-in, not by Charles, apologies. It was by Giacomo. And we got a call by Joseph with ace-jack, so we could be losing a player. And it's not looking good for Giacomo after the jack connects on the jack-8 king flop and an ace on the turn. No diamonds in that ace-10, but it's a 10 on the river. Not good enough. His 2-pair is dominated by Joseph's 2-pair. And let's just see the stack sizes. If it was indeed Joseph that was all in, it shouldn't really matter. It may have been another player, though. 86-5. So it was actually the opposite way around. That's going to happen when the cards were pushed forward. We didn't see which player was pushing forward which, so it was ace-jack for Giacomo and ace-10 for Joseph. So just when I thought it was easy peasy, lemon squeezy commentating without whole cards, without graphics, now we see why it really isn't. But we will do the best. It won't be 9-handed forever, and then once we get to 8, everything will be perfectly outlined for us with graphics, with whole cards, what you're used to. Perhaps I do an article about casino cards at some time, Twilight of the Beer Gods. That's usually the way I learn about things. I research and then I write about it. But this is an interesting topic for me because I believe that probably different casinos have different policies about their cards that vary probably quite a lot, not just from country to country, but from casino to casino within the countries. So it is an interesting topic. I do consider myself a nerd at times, and I'm channeling my inner nerd with that one. But thank you for that. I do like to channel my inner nerdiness. So we have a 3-bet. So it was an open by chip leader Billy. Antoine 3-betting, it looks like, to 30,000. So a very small, actually, 3-bet if it is 30,000. So the open was for 16. It might be for 40, which would make a bit more sense. 2.5x over the sizing of the initial open. And we get a call. So close to 100. No, it was probably 30 looking at the chips, actually. So it was priced in for a call. We do not see the flop yet, but we do see that Billy checked it over to the 3-better Antoine, which he would maybe be doing on any flop after being 3-bet. And Antoine firing out for 45. Billy snap folding. And now we can see the board. It was Queen 5-4. Kind of hits, I mean, it did have one high card. Obviously, he'd be 3-betting also with hands like kings and aces, ace-king, ace-queen. Perhaps also understanding that the chip leader is opening wide. He could be doing it also at 3-bet wide, but that would have been a little bit dangerous in this spot. But this final table is not about ICM, it's about chip accumulation so that you can go ahead and bust players, collect those mystery bounties. Of course you want to win the trophy, so you play to win. That's my advice in these kind of events. Much different than other final tables where you really have to play a bit for the pay jumps on top of playing for the win. Everybody wants to win, of course, but to maximize the amount of money you'll win in the long term, you do need to understand ICM to do that, but not for this final table. There's probably some ICM implications. There will be if all the big bounties are off straight off the bat. But unless that happens, the bounties are far more important than the ICM jumps, the pay jumps.
20?
So we have a Vamos Santru. So who is Santru? I'm learning players' nicknames through you all. So I think we had an open and then a 3-bet from the button. Perhaps we're going on break after this hand because nobody's at the table. Yeah, Michelle looks like he opened. I can't tell for how much. It may be a limp. And Michelle folding. So it looks like we're about to go on a 15 to 20 minute scheduled break. There will be another break when we get down to 8-handed as well. That will be the only unscheduled break. That break will be for the official final table. But be back soon. This is Jason Glatzer coming to you live at Portomasso Casino for the Party Poker Live Malta Millions Mystery Bounty Final Table. And Joseph opening up to 9,000, and Michelle in the big blind, likely to defend his ace-8. He may be 3-betting actually here because it is a button open. I just don't see him ever folding. And it looks like he's trying to get maybe a read from Joseph. It was looking back and forth at Joseph and then in the air, but does just call. And what a flop here for Joseph. I mean, it's an action flop for both players, but Joseph flopping the gut shot to the Royal. So has a flush draw, has bottom pair, has a gut shot to Broadway, but it's Michael who actually, if the hand ended now, would have been the winner, but you could see that he's actually nearly a 2-to-1 dog. And this isn't a small bet. The pot was just 24,000. It is an overbet, putting quite the pressure on Michelle. Joseph loving his massive draw and the bottom pair to go along with it. I mean, we even know that a king would put him ahead. But Michelle not scared away. And now the pot is already bloated to 84,000. And the 4 of clubs on the turn is safe for Michelle, not the card that Joseph particularly wanted to see. Let's see if he continues the aggression or whether he's going to check to see a free river. The problem with betting here is you could wind up eventually either having a decision for your stack if you bet and Michelle raises. He may want that free card, or he may want to see if he can take down the pot now or juice it up in case he hits his river card. So Joseph back at it again. This time it's bigger in terms of chips, but smaller in terms to the percentage of the pot that he's betting into, but it's still 35,000. A rather big bet considering Michelle would be under 100,000 if he calls with one more card to come. It's almost a coin flip situation. But Michelle not scared off. Oh no, the 10 of diamonds on the river. I mean, it's very good news for Joseph, but not so good for Michelle. The good news is that it'll be much easier for him to get away now than if it was, let's say, the 2 of spades or even the jack of clubs, for example. Because certainly now with the nuts, Joseph is going to fire and likely will be betting his whole stack, being it's 1/3 of the pot. Does indeed jam his stack. And I think Michelle will quickly enough fold, but maybe he will try to think, do I have a bluff catcher? We did see him bluff catch with a queen high earlier, but that was on a double paired board. This is a super wet board, and he does fold. And now Joseph is the table captain. Does have 2 of the bigger stacks in position on him, but very good awareness there. And it looks like we are down to 16 players. And we are keeping the same table, at least for now, but the plan is to likely switch it during the break, which should be happening in about an hour's time. But Michelle jamming from the small blind. It is like nearly a 25 big blind jam, about 24 big blinds. I guess effectively it's a little bit less, but you get the general idea with both players having a similar stack. And Giacomo with the ace-9 would have to commit his whole stack, so it was good timing in a way for Michelle, unless there's a call, but it's hard to call off your whole stack with ace-9 suited when you're down to 16, 9 in the money, and does indeed fold. So Michelle grabbing some free chips after losing a little bit right before we took a small break. And look at this, Scott getting there right away on the ace 7-9 flop, connecting with his ace, even has backdoors to a flush, just has to fade 2 outs though. And now definitely 2 outs with the runners all gone on the king of diamond turn. And it's the 7 of clubs pairing the board on the river. Scott gets the check mark, gets the double up, and meanwhile Evangelista loses a big chunk of his stack with the 10s. There are 2 hands that you can play a million different ways, and that's 10s and jacks, and no matter what you do, it always seems to go wrong. And Michelle with the dominating ace from the hijack. Let's see if he can find a 3-bet. Is thinking it through. Michelle does study a lot. And jams it. We'll be in an amazing spot if nobody shows up with anything and Andre calls. But he'll be happy to get the free chips anyway if Andre does fold. Not knowing that he's dominating his ace-10 with his ace-jack. And Andre folding his ace-10 very quickly, very disciplined. And Michelle getting some chips back. Michelle was on a roll to start the feature table, but lost some chips. Who actually is the table captain at the 223, which is a little bit more than what Joseph has. And Hermes, is he gonna call, shove, or fold from the small blind? Did reach for his chips. Perhaps wondering if he shoves, does he have any fold equity? And does call. Looks a lot stronger than the 10-9 suited than he has when you're calling from the small blind. Off a short stack anyway. And Andre giving up from the big blind. So it's going to be heads up versus the short stacked Hermes versus Charles, and this is an action flop. Hermes flopping top 2, perhaps had some intuition that he'd be getting a nice flop for his 10-9, but Charles with the 2 overcards, a queen completes a straight, a 7 completes a straight, may be inclined to continue, and then we'll likely see Hermes stack it in. Bets 15,000, so more than half of what Hermes has in a stack. Hermes counting his chips. Anything he does is effectively, I'm getting my chips in, but he may just opt to put them all in now. He does jam it. It is a draw heavy board. 2 pair is certainly not safe. Charles calling it. He is priced in no matter what. So now it's Hermes at risk. In amazing shape though. Has some outs he needs to fade, particularly right now a queen and 7, but there may be some other possibilities depending on the turn. And it's a 5 of spades on the turn, 3 spades on the board, nobody with spades in their hand. So now it is legitimately just a queen or a 7. Otherwise, Hermes doubles up, and it's a 6 of spades on the river. Hermes gets his double up with the 2 pair after flatting from the small blind with the suited connector. Meanwhile, Charles is down to about the same stack that Hermes doubled up to. Was priced in to make the call. Perhaps thought he potentially had more outs with his jack and king potentially being live. But still wasn't in the worst of shape with the queen and 7 getting him there to the straight. The cards did not cooperate for him, but did cooperate for Hermes, who now is sitting on 87,000. So Scott folding his ace-9 from under the gun.
sta tutti quanti, sto
Four pass. Five call.
Folds all the way around to Andre and the cutoff, who opts to limp his queen 10 suited off a short stack, pulling a play out of Dominic Nietzsche's playbook, who does love to limp on these small stacks. I don't understand the logic myself, but some of the really good players in the world do have a limping strategy with the short stacks. And if I don't understand it, I don't do it.
7 raise all in.
And meanwhile, Charles with the ducks jamming it.
1.
If nobody wakes up with anything, Giacomo with just a 6 deuce, we should see Andre likely fold if he just limped, where if he opened, maybe he'd feel inclined to call. However, it does open him up to be pushed around a little bit. But if he's doing it with his entire range, a diamond out of the window, but not another one to go along with it. But still Andre with the 2 pair, just not as good as Joseph's, but this could spell trouble actually for Andre.
6 bets. 6,000.
And for some reason, I think his name might be Matteo and not Andre, because I recognize him from before, but Andre may be one of his other names as well. But he does jam. Gets a snap call from the jacks. He's still alive with any 5, any queen. Running deuces would get him there too with his queen kicker. But it's a king of diamonds on the turn, so a flush draw opens up. Look at all those outs up top screen. But it's a blank 10 of clubs on the river, so Joseph Faust gets there, holds with the Jackson, Andre Fabre, maybe Matteo Fabre out in 14th place. If it is who I think it is, I believe his name is Matteo. Spade out of the window, another spade to follow on the 3 deuce 7 flop, so Joseph with 2 overcards and a flush draw. Meanwhile, Hermes has that 3 connected, still ahead, would have been ahead anyway, even if it wasn't the 3 and it was a 4. If it's 2 spades that coming, Hermes has a redraw, so if a spade comes now, expect Hermes to stick around even if Joseph gets there. But meanwhile, Hermes definitely going nowhere after turning 2 pair with that ace of clubs coming.
6 check.
Let's see if he puts on any pressure now. Should feel very good about his hand after it was checked twice by Joseph. The first check was standard because he was out of position defending the big blind, but the second check would lead me to believe it's time to get some more money into this pot. 12,000, so 1/3 of the pot. Joseph will probably call or potentially raise here. I would be absolutely shocked if he folds. Getting a very good price, especially when adding in implied odds to the real odds.
6 call. Check.
And it's a 9 of spades on the river, so Joseph getting there with a quick check. Is Hermes able to sniff this out? I would have liked to actually have seen a bet by Joseph, because when that other spade comes out, it's very easy to slow down at this point in time. There are hands that would be calling a jam by Hermes that aren't a flush that Hermes is ahead of though. So let's see how he plays this out. Is reaching for some chips, but maybe just doing a quick count.
4.
Oh no, jams it in.
So down.
And Joseph with the snap call with the second nuts.
King 10 spades.
And Hermes is eliminated. Perhaps having that ace of spades convinced him there's no way Joseph had a flush. Does not seem too thrilled, but it was an amazing run. It's just difficult to go out now so close to the money. And Hermes is out in 12th place, so we just have 11 players remaining, but does just have King 8 and makes the fold, so Charles picking up some chips. I mean, me personally, I live in a country where I'm not fluent in the language despite living there for 14 years. Obviously, I do understand a lot of Lithuanian, living in Lithuania for so long. But even before that point in time, I was always comfortable. We have no official English language rule, but I know numbers in Lithuanian. All the dealers know English. All the players know me as, the American guy that lives in Lithuania for so many years. So I'm part of that community, which is great. But it's really a localized thing. It's you should just be comfortable if players are comfortable. It's nice having those rules in the big events, but I've never encountered a situation playing where I felt players were talking about action in a different language that I might not understand. And in the beginning, when I was understanding quite a lot, I didn't tell all the players just to actually confirm that.
Three raise. 12.
But we have Antoine.
6 pass.
I think Antoine opened from under the gun, but we'll find out soon enough. Did min raise it with the king 9 suited. So easy peasy lemon squeezy. We got a walk and we can see the 11 players there. We can see some of the bottom ends of those prizes and now the top ends. But the prize pool is only half the story, maybe even less than half the story, because at the final table is when the mystery bounties will be pulled. There's a 10K mystery bounty, a 7,500 mystery bounty, a 5,000 mystery bounty, 2 2,500 mystery bounties, 2 1K mystery bounties, and 2 500, I would say, whammy kind of prizes. But still nice to get a little bit of extra. It's half a buy-in, but not as nice as getting that 10K. So it will provide a lot of excitement, emotions, especially when that 10K bounty is pulled.
12,000.
Joseph back in action.
Pass.
This time with ace-5 offsuit with a min raise from under the gun. We are short-handed at this table, so under the gun isn't the same as under the gun 9 max as it is 6 max. It's more like a mid-position open than an early position open. And Antoine, so maybe we got the 2 big stacks of Clyde with the ducks. He's at least going to defend here.
2 players.
An interesting flop here. Joseph flopping the top pair. Welcome back. This is Jason Glatzer coming to you live from Portomasso Casino at the Party Poker Live Malta Millions. We have right now the final table of 9 players in the 1100 Mystery Bounty. We will not have hole cards until we're down to 8, so we will try to follow along the action. And it looks like we have some new purple chips in play, which I am guessing are 25 each. Just looking at Billy's stack, who's the chip leader, and C3, his stack now does look a bit shorter. But right away we have Antoine here opening up from seat number 4. It looks like it looks like that was a 3-bet and a 4-bet and a call. Wow, we have action right away. No time to explain anything right now. Let's see what we're looking at. It was a 3 Jack Deuce flop. Antoine with the flush draw, going against the top pair here. So Antoine in jeopardy, needs a queen or a club or some pair of runners, and it's the ace of clubs on the turn, so the flush gets there. 9 of spades completing the board on the river.
Good luck, my
So it looks like the cards were the other way around, and we did lose Antoine. So it looks like we have reached our final table of 8, so we're really just back for one hand. But before we go, I want to let you guys know that Matt Staples will be here for the final table coverage. The mystery bounties also do not have to be pulled right away, but Antoine out in 9th place for 990 euros. And yeah, we're down to 8 max. We're going to have some chip counts done. We're going to have some hole cards, some pictures taken. We will be back in about 15 minutes, so I was not expecting fireworks right away coming into the flop. But we will have full hole cards. We will have Matt Staples in the booth alongside me, and be prepared for an exciting conclusion of the Party Poker Live Millions Mystery Bounty event. Table. Enrico connecting with the 6-deuce-3 flop, but it's not enough. It's only a pair of 6s, does not push him back. Scott's pair of 8s. And the 4 of spades on the turn opens up the possibility of a chop if a 5 comes on the river. But it's a 7 of spades on the river. Enrico has hit the rail. He's out in 18th place. So we've lost 4 players in this event so far on day 2, and 3 of them have come at the featured table. Our new player, Scott Fingland, very first hand, effectively doubles his stack while taking all of Enrico's chips. Do like your car coronation today, Enrico, but unfortunately you were unable to make the money today. Hope better luck in the closing events happening today and tomorrow at Portomasso Casino. So we have Michelle opening up to 9,000 and Scott contemplating his ace-5. We do not know too much about Scott quite yet because we've only seen a few hands. His first hand, he effectively doubled while eliminating a player with pocket 8s. We did learn from the chat, so thank you BPLPS, that Scott was on 2 final tables this week. If there's a chance that my break, I'm on a 30-minute delay, coincides with his break, I will try to have a quick chat with him as well to learn a little bit more. And I'm familiar with a lot of the European players, but not, even though I'm American, not so much with the American grinders and the Canadian grinders as much as I really should be. So it is a new name for me as well. So Charles, who defended flopping top pair, and Michelle may give a little stab at this 24K pot. Did open from under the gun. Ace King would open from under the gun. A lot of kings would open from under the gun. The story checks out. And the board isn't super dry where you want to try to do any trappy. So do like the continuation bet, trying to rep that king. It's just not going to work out with Charles having the king jack. It would take a bit more on future streets to push him off, and who knows if that would even work. But it's another king on the turn, so now Charles is definitely not going anywhere. Turning trips may actually slow Michelle down, unless he thinks that Charles has a 5 or 4 calling with, or some clubs, or a 6-7, then maybe he'll fire out again. But this time a little bit bigger if he does it, or setting up for a bigger bet on the river, but does slow it down with a check back and the 4 of spades, double pairing the board on the river. So Charles with the full house now. Second nuts on the board, but he shouldn't be that concerned about Michelle having pocket 4s in his hand.
7 bet, 10,500.
And betting big, 30,000, no, not so big, 10,500. It probably doesn't matter what Charles bet there. Michelle will likely fold. Has a bluff catcher if he's putting his opponent on a 6-7. So maybe he's thinking how many 6-7s does Charles have, or 3 6s that he might be defending with. Or would Charles defend with a 3 deuce suited? And then tried to take it away when not getting there on the turn and river.
And 8 call. Showdown.
So Charles does not get, oh, he does get a call actually. So Michelle trying to bluff catch, but it's not going to work against the full house. So Michelle down to 200,000, didn't lose too much that hand. Charles and Michelle having a nice little laugh together. Is it a 3-bet or a call? Looks like a 3-bet. 27 maybe, let's see. 3 bets to 27,000, gets Michelle to fold his 7-6. He probably would have defended there. And Joseph, let's see what he does. If he peels it off, he'd be playing in position. We know if he 4-bet jams, Charles is probably folding. The safest move here is to fold because we have not seen Charles or really any player 3-betting with impunity at this standpoint, and you have to give Charles more credit than those pair of 3s, at least the first time. If you had something like ace-queen, maybe, but king-queen is still strong, so we'll see how Joseph approaches this. Does indeed jam it, perhaps sensing that he could get a fold from Charles, and I think this will work. If the mystery bounty element was in play already, then that would be a different story. But from a chip EV point of view, it is a fold, and Charles does fold. So good try there by Charles to take one away, and good instincts by Joseph to understand that his 4-bet jam would work. And in this case, even if he's called, it would have been a coin flip. Does indeed jam it. Michelle likely to snap fold it, and if he doesn't fold right away, it's for Hollywooding purposes. Does indeed fold, not wasting anyone's time. And Andre picking up some free chips. Waiting for his spot and feels this is it, jamming it in with the king-9 suited, and Michelle may feel inclined to call. If Scott had more chips, it would be a different story. Michelle understanding if he calls, at best he is flipping, but may feel he's priced in. Doing the math, you could see the gears moving in his head and thinking if it was a little more, a little less, that would change my decision. But it's basically getting 2-to-1 odds on a coin flip. He just doesn't know that he is flipping. And Scott getting away with one, getting Michelle to low down. I didn't think necessarily Scott had 3-bet fold equity, but apparently he did. And it's up to 51,500. And Michelle, who was above 210, is now down to 172, but it's still more than he began the feature table with. And Joseph opening up to 9,000, and Michelle in the big blind, likely to defend his ace-8. He may be 3-betting actually here because it is a button open. I just don't see him ever folding. And it looks like he's trying to get maybe a read from Joseph. It was a Looking back and forth at Joseph and then in the air, but does just call. And what a flop here for Joseph. I mean, it's an action flop for both players, but Joseph flopping the gut shot to the Royal. So has a flush draw, has bottom pair, has a gut shot to Broadway, but it's Michael who actually, if the hand ended now, would have been the winner, but you could see that he's actually nearly a 2-to-1 dog. And this isn't a small bet. The pot was just 24,000. It is an overbet, putting quite the pressure on Michelle. Joseph loving his massive draw and the bottom pair to go along with it. I mean, we even know that a king would put him ahead. But Michelle not scared away. And now the pot is already bloated to 84,000. And the 4 of clubs on the turn is safe for Michelle, not the card that Joseph particularly wanted to see. Let's see if he continues the aggression or whether he's going to check to see a free river. The problem with betting here is you could wind up eventually either having a decision for your stack if you bet and Michelle raises. He may want that free card, or he may want to see if he can take down the pot now or juice it up in case he hits his river card.
Hello, ciao mon ami. Hi.
So Joseph back at it again. This time it's bigger in terms of chips, but smaller in terms to the percentage of the pot that he's betting into, but it's still 35,000. A rather big bet considering Michelle would be under 100,000 if he calls with one more card to come. It's almost a coin flip situation. But Michelle not scared off. Oh no, the 10 of diamonds on the river. I mean, it's very good news for Joseph, but not so good for Michelle. The good news is that it'll be much easier for him to get away now than if it was, let's say, the 2 of spades or even the jack of clubs, for example. Because certainly now with the nuts, Joseph is going to fire and likely will be betting his whole stack, being it's 1/3 of the pot. Does indeed jam his stack. And I think Michelle will quickly enough fold, but maybe he will try to think, do I have a bluff catcher? We did see him bluff catch with a queen high earlier, but that was on a double paired board. This is a super wet board, and he does fold. And now Joseph is the table captain. Does have 2 of the bigger stacks in position on him, but very good awareness there. And it looks like we are down to 16 players. And we are keeping the same table, at least for now, but the plan is to likely switch it during the break, which should be happening in about an hour's time. But Michelle jamming from the small blind. It is like nearly a 25 big blind jam, about 24 big blinds. I guess effectively it's a little bit less, but you get the general idea with both players having a similar stack. And Giacomo with the ace-9 would have to commit his whole stack, so it was good timing in a way for Michelle, unless there's a call, but it's hard to call off your whole stack with ace-9 suited when you're down to 16, 9 in the money, and does indeed fold. So Michelle grabbing some free chips after losing a little bit right before we took a small break. And look at this, Scott getting there right away on the ace 7-9 flop, connecting with his ace, even has backdoors to a flush, just has to fade 2 outs though. And now definitely 2 outs with the runners all gone on the king of diamond turn. And it's the 7 of clubs pairing the board on the river. Scott gets the check mark, gets the double up, and meanwhile Evangelista loses a big chunk of his stack with the 10s. There are 2 hands that you can play a million different ways, and that's 10s and jacks, and no matter what you do, it always seems to go wrong. And Michelle with the dominating ace from the hijack. Let's see if he can find a 3-bet. Is thinking it through. Michelle does study a lot. And jams it. We'll be in an amazing spot if nobody shows up with anything and Andre calls. But he'll be happy to get the free chips anyway if Andre does fold, not knowing that he's done.
Hey guys, we are here in Malta at the Portomaso Casino for the Party Poker Live Millions. We are now at our final table for the Mystery Bounty with only 8 players left and a prize pool of 28,000 and an 8,580 euros of a winning first prize. Now, I'd like to just quickly introduce our 8 players, starting from over here. Just your name and where you are from.
It's Faust Georgia from Hungary.
Okay, thank you.
I am Pavlos from Greece.
Okay.
Sandri Pohjalainen from Finland.
Okay, voice up.
Giacomo Evangelista, Italia.
Charles from London. Eftichios from Cyprus.
Okay.
Michel Molnar from the Netherlands.
Okay, and last?
Scott, Waterloo, Ontario, Canada.
Okay, lovely. Guys, thank you very much, and I wish you all good luck, and let's see who can win the most bounties.
Thank you, Venice, aka Santa Madonna. You can follow her on Instagram. But we are back for the final 8 of the Party Poker Live Millions Malta 1K Mystery Bounty. We had 9 players at the unofficial final table, and they were all from 9 different nationalities. So we did lose Antoine Rahal from France, who collected the 9th place prize of 990 euros. That bounty will be collected later on. We could see 2 bounty tickets in front of Joseph Faust, who is from Hungary. but we have players now from Hungary, Finland, Cyprus, England, Italy, Netherlands, Greece, and Canada. In other words, an international affair here in Malta. No local players at the table, though, but other than that, we are very well represented. And although Matt Staples is not with us right now, we are expecting him to join us later. We may even get a sideline report from Jonathan Rapp. And speaking of the devil, look who is just walking in. None other than the man, the myth, the legend, Matty Ice is back in the booth. We did get to see him at the feature table yesterday in the 3K main event. Welcome, Matt, to the stream.
Hello, everyone. Good to be back in the booth.
So you missed some fun commentating action. We had a 9 max, but no hole cards, no RFID reader. That was a lot of fun.
I heard.
But right away, we have fireworks here. We're I believe, at blinds 4K, 8K at the moment. And we have a jam from middle position by Scott Fingland. And Joseph, the chip leader, not immediately acting. Already has collected one of those mystery bounties, perhaps looking to collect them all. It's such an interesting dynamic with the mystery bounties paying more than the prize pool, and that the prize is only paying out the top 9. And we do have a 3-bet by Joseph, so in isolation, Scott in a great spot to double, but is at risk. Everybody else gets out of the way.
Met Scott this week. Great guys. Ran deep in a lot of different tournaments, so...
He's the 3rd final table, in fact, and it's a 4 out of the window. It's not looking good for Scott after this flop. 4, 5, queen, 2 diamonds. Nobody with diamonds in their hand. Needs a jack to save his tournament life, and it's a 6 of clubs on the turn. We may be losing our North American representative in Scott Fingland if a jack does not come on the river. And the 6 of spades pairs the board on the river. Quite unfortunate for Scott. Another deep run, but turns out it's another mystery bounty for Joseph. So he's now collected the first 2 mystery bounties, but Scott did not walk away empty-handed, collected the 8th place prize of 1,110 euro. Made 10 euro for his 2 days work, but that's the nature of a mystery bounty event.
I suppose, yeah, good game, Scott. I feel like kind of a curse right now, walking to the booth, and Scott's out of there first hand, but...
That's poker, though. It's especially with the mystery bounty element. It plays the opposite of a normal tournament. There is no real ICM factor. There is, but it's so small in comparison to actually collecting the bounty with all the big bounties still in play.
Yeah, you have to gamble. Don't really have much of an option if you want to make the money.
And if Joseph loses there, assuming nobody was going to 4-bet him and that 3-bet was kind of on the larger size, he wasn't really risking that much in that spot either. And if you could pronounce Eftigios' name better than I can, more power to you. But if we have our... there we go. That was pretty good.
6 raise, 25, 7.
But the player from Cyprus. I have seen him recently, actually, despite not showing a lot of results on Hendon-Mob. I believe I saw him in Estonia recently, but it could have been another location. So it is a familiar face, and...
I should...
You're going to do your social media bits?
Should share that we're on air here.
On air, and we could have a leveling war if Charles calls, because it would have been A7 versus A7, but not this time for Charles, a very experienced poker player from the United Kingdom with nearly 1 million in live cashes. So your timing is perfect, Matt. It would have been a little tricky when we were down to 9 because we really had to focus on the camera angles, but now everything is back to normal. Immediately fireworks when you came in 2. Let's see if that trend continues.
Hey, looking at these chip stacks is good for me as well to get an idea of what's going on here. Joseph in the lead. It's quite a big gap between those top couple stacks.
Yeah, it's him and Sandro up top, and then a couple middling ones, and then I think we saw a 4 big blind stack as well. Meanwhile, Michelle is one of the toughest players at the table, just doesn't have a massive stack to work with, being the blinds are actually up to 5-10 at this point. Does jam in for 10.5 bigs.
I have a feeling.
Is Joseph going bounty hunting again?
I have a feeling Joseph is going to want that that bounty.
It's a bit of a trickier spot with being under the gun +1 with the 4s than he was before, but let's see. He is calling though. No 3-bet this time. Would likely get out of the way if somebody came in over the top, if it was somebody like Sandru with his massive stack. And if TGOS didn't seem too happy about folding, but really had no choice there. So we're off to the races. Michel Molinar with the ace-queen, Joseph with the 4s. Joseph looking for his 3rd mystery bounty in a row. On a quest to collect them all, but it's an ace out of the window. Looking good for Michel. Rainbow flop. Just has to fade 2 outs. And it's a 7 of clubs on the turn. Does not help Joseph. But a 4 is being called, but Michel's having a good laugh over that. And a jack of spades on the river. Full double up for Michel, now in a healthy spot. Now we can see Michel make some moves on a 24 big blind stack where he really only had 1 move on a 10-11 big blind stack, which was let's get it in, unless he's been studying with Dominic Nietzsche about his limping strategies typically on that stack size. It's shove from most positions or fold.
Yeah, and I think in a bounty, when people are going to be isolating and hunting wide, it's going to be probably less nuance to the short stack play, more just going all in.
Does it actually change like how many blinds you should be jamming with, do you think? Do you play it more like a satellite? Like I tend to jam my range a bit wider, not wider in terms of the range, but instead of opening in a spot where it's not a satellite, I may be just jamming a 20 big blind stack with a hand like pocket 8s.
Yeah, certain hands will perform better as all-ins due to which kind of hands will be calling you and performing worse post-flop. So the hands that kind of shoot up in equity from their all-in as opposed to going post-flop, those sort of hands just become shoves in PKOs. A lot of high card type hands, some pocket pairs.
Meanwhile, it's Pavlos with 6 big blinds finding a spot from early position. So far, so good. It's not that he necessarily wants a call. He wouldn't mind a call from something he is dominating, like an 8-7 or an 8-9. But those hands aren't necessarily going to call either unless they happen to show up in a big stack. So Pavlos adding... Oh no, Michel calling with the 5-4. What's happening here? And
wow.
Right away, Pavlos has to feel safe on this Queen 10 ace flop. As long as there's not a pair of runners. Ooh, there's one of the runners.
That's one.
One of the deuces is buried though for the wheel. Does have to fade that deuce. And the 6 of spades on the river. So Michel, who just doubled up through the chip leader Joseph, now doubled up the shortest stack in Pavlos. So chips are just moving around the table.
Nobody wants to bust to the 5-4 offsuit. It's not how you want to leave the millions final table.
So is your poker adventure over this week, Matt? You did have some nice results. You took 4th place yesterday in the millions. Very nice. For what was it for? About 31,000, I think?
It was 31,000, yeah. It's not completely over. There's a couple of small events to close down the series. It would have been nice to play in this mystery bounty. I wasn't able to make it into registration, but yeah, I'll play a couple of small turbos and see if I think there's still trophies up for grabs in those side events.
Yes, there certainly is.
So I have something to play for. I'd like to have a flight home with one of those trophies. So
be nice on your mantelpiece. You can even have it in the background during your streams.
In the back of the stream, people ask what it was. I'll say it was the main or something. I don't need proof. Yeah.
Okay, we're getting a pronunciation for our Cypriot player, and it's Eftihios. I probably still mispronounced it, despite it being in all caps for me. And we do have a Santru fan in the chat as well, and Dilba Daba 80. So
Twitch names tough. They're always tough.
But that is Vili in the stream. Santru is kind of like a Finnish slang name.
Okay.
We can call him Sandro. We can call Michel Barre as well. That's his nickname. Michel is an absolute beast, though. He's been on a nice live heater. Been crushing online for many years, yes. He kind of hit the live scene in a big way last year with a win in Bratislava for 100 bags, and now he's playing a bit higher. We did see him in the 5K high roller. We did see him in the 3K millions. And now we see him on the final table here.
We're also seeing kings. Both players with a really nice hand.
Michel will be able to get away with this pretty easily, just losing an extra 5,000 though. We'll see though. The raise wasn't that big, I don't think. 35,000. It is 3.5x. Does Michel want to try to outplay a very difficult opponent and Joseph out of position with Jack 4 suited? It's just the Robbie J hand, but it's suited. Does give up on it.
I should clarify. I actually thought that was King Jack of Hearts, not Jack 4 of Hearts. So
I thought you were just giving some props to Robbie J.
No. I'm not a Jack 4 fan myself. That was my mistake.
But it was suited.
It was suited, and it was in the blind, so anything could have happened.
And then tomorrow we have the final table of the Grand Prix, which I'm told is down to 20 or so players, maybe 24, 25 players. They're on a dinner break. I didn't have enough time to run upstairs to see who was still in. Hopefully we have our fan Adam Owen still beasting that one.
Oh, is he in that? Nice. That's the big final table. That's the big one for the series.
So here's where it comes into play. A 16 big blind stack, a hand like ace 10 would just be an open on a normal final table. I'm not sure in a mystery bounty, but Charles is a very experienced player, has the most live cashes, I believe, at this table. Likely knows that this is a min raise.
Yeah, I think it's really tough to go wrong min-raising any sort of big suited ace like this, because, you know, even if people put in re-raises against you, you're happy to play for it all, and if it goes post-flop, it's quite easy to maneuver, so.
And Michel, look at this. He's thinking of making a move here.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be just a call. It is a jam. Can he get Charles to fold a better hand, assuming that the players in the blinds don't show up with anything? Charles would be dominating Michel, and the kickers could come into play in this case. It's not like an ace-5 versus ace-3 kind of hand. But it's kind of hard to call here. I mean, it's not ICM so much, but Charles playing it safe, folds the better hand, so very good by Michel. If he could get better hands to fold with his 3-bets, then more power to him.
Well, there's your argument for the jam, I suppose.
Yeah, if he just jammed, then Michel has to fold the ace-9, but what happens if you run up against ace-king of Michel? Then you're kind of looking like you had got your hands caught in the cookie jar there. So I'm still not sure, but yeah, that is a supporting factor. If he just jams like you would potentially in a satellite on a 16 big blind stack, he would now be sitting on 18.5 big blinds instead of sitting on 14.
And, you know, it's going to depend what sort of table you're playing at, too, whether people are going to be shoving wide or attacking your raises or not. That's all going to play a factor.
The Twitch chat is teaching me as well. Apparently, Eptitheos is from the Greek word a, which means good, and tihi means which, means luck. So it means good luck, his name.
Does it?
That's quite interesting.
That is a nice name.
Yes, good luck,
for
Giorgio.
a poker player. Yeah.
We can just call him GL going forward.
GL, yes, I like it. GL.
And Pavlos is a player that doesn't have a lot of Hendon Mob caches to his name, mixing it up with some experienced beasts. Basically has a stack that more or less plays itself at the moment, not opting to take any risks with this 9-7. I think some of the other players at the table maybe would have thought about jamming, but Sandro can be calling even wider than he should with the mystery bounty still in effect, which it will be till the end. And if Joseph collects all the cards, then there's not going to be any mystery to the mystery bounty. He just collects all the bounties.
No.
The future of spins is coming. Have you gotten a chance to play these spins overdrive? I got a test drive the other day playing a 25-cent one just to see what would happen. They're very cool though. The graphics are very retro.
They're a lot of fun. I actually did a overdrive spin stream where I did a ladder. I started at the 25-cent level, and each time I won one, I moved up to the next stake, and had a lot of fun playing them. Yeah, it's cool. People like them.
They're so fast-paced too that it's just action, action, action all the time. It's and it gives you, even if you play MTTs on a regular basis, it does help you in the later stages with your push-fold ranges if you're practicing at spins overdrive.
Absolutely, yeah. Get to play a lot of hands, three-handed, short-handed, heads up, that you won't get a ton of practice playing MTTs doing that.
So an open by Joseph with the Jack-9 suited, and Giacomo here with the Jack-10 suited, slightly dominating. But I think it's going to be the aggressive player taking it down, and that's probably not going to be Evangelista. Joseph has shown he has a very high frequency of c-betting, whether he makes it or not, but let's see if he continues the trend after losing a little bit of his stack when doubling up a player earlier. I believe he doubled up, actually, Michelle. Does indeed. It's a cheeky little bit of 15 into 55, and it's enough to get the job done. So very good awareness by Joseph, playing his range instead of playing his cards, and can easily shut down if he's pushed back upon there. The short stacks can be calling in certain spots, but in general, they want stack preservation as well. So when you're pushed back by the short stack very often, it makes your hand pretty easy when you're not flopping anything. Like if he had ace queen, he can fold there. If he had pocket tens even, he might want to call just because of the bounty element, but chances are he's up against a king. Maybe not, because there's not very much ICM once again. So I'm thinking out loud. At a normal final table, that would be the case, but everything changes, the dynamics and all. It's quite interesting to think about.
Just depends whether these people are adjusting as much as they should be to the type of final table. I think it's easy to get wrapped up in the fact that, like, oh, I'm on a final table, you know, let's ladder up, let's do this. Yeah, it'll depend.
You had such support yesterday. I think when you left, we lost like 300 Twitch viewers.
And I apologize for that. I did not want to bust and crash the stream. But yeah, I heard the Twitch chat. I went back and watched a bit of it. It was cool to read all the support and the hype.
And you had your whole family there too. Maybe not your whole family, but you had a good portion of your core family there.
Yeah. My mom always tunes into those kind of deep runs. She loves Sweat and everything. She's a big poker fan. She follows all the media and the streams and everything, so not surprised to hear she was in there.
This could be interesting. Charles, who defended from the big blind off a 12 big blind stock, flops the middle pair. But GL Giorgio did not continue, so might not be that interesting after all, because I might expect Charles to bet a little bit here after it's checked over. And that's exactly what happens, but it's not a little, it's a lot. It's the whole stack. And
I think it's a pretty good sizing on that board. I think a lot of check back will be king queen, ace king, just hands that an ace 10 is not a hand that is going to like a lot of the rivers on that board. It's not going to like a 9, a queen, a king.
And if you run into a slow-played monster, then more power to your opponent, basically, at that point for reading the situation perfectly.
Yeah.
A few new people in the chat, so welcome Angel Carr, welcome Futsal, welcome GTO Noob and Royskis. And apparently, Sandru has made a lot of coaching videos, so it's interesting. I couldn't find out very much about Sandru. I did look him up, not because of this table, but because he was had a stack, I believe it was in the Grand Prix at one point, and was just curious because I do know about, let's say, 500 to 1,000 Finnish players from spending years of my life in a casino in Estonia.
Yeah.
But he is not one of the players I've ever come across. When you're doing a lot of reporting and used to typing out names, I would definitely remember typing out this surname.
Right, yeah.
But we have Sandro opening with a raggedy ace from the cutoff, and GL Giorgio jamming it in for 215,000.
250.
Sandro's not going to be able to do much here. I mean, I know he wants those bounties, but it would be for 40% of his stack to call. A bit little too loose with ace-deuce offsuit, but apparently he is the poker coach and I am only a poker commentator, so if he called, maybe it would be correct, but at least Sandro proving that ace-deuce is an easy fold. He didn't waste too much time there.
Got it right that time.
When is your next stream, Matt? When do you get home from Malta?
I get home on Wednesday, about midday, and I think, I don't know, we have a Thanksgiving weekend coming up in Canada, so might be seeing my family. Don't know if I'll be up to stream on Thursday, so could be delayed till next week.
Okay.
Just for those reasons, yeah. Maybe Sunday.
I'll be home for 10 days, so I'll try to check it out.
Yeah.
I haven't tuned in a long time to any poker stream because I've been traveling quite a lot lately, but
it's a good enough reason not to watch the streams.
Yeah.
Got stuff going on. I guess an online Sunday will be quite refreshing after 10 days of live poker, so maybe Sunday will be the one.
I have like 27 players coming from the LPPL, which runs their online league actually at Party Poker, so I feel like I can talk about that coming on Friday. And some of these guys are absolute characters, so I'm in for a fun weekend, but by the time Sunday comes around, I'm just going to want to veg.
Yeah, yeah.
So we have an open by Sandro with ace-5, and Michel with a monster. If he had a little bit less, it would be a jam. He may jam anyway, and indeed he does. And Sandro kind of smirking, you know, it's a beautiful hand to open. In many cases, if you're super deep, it's actually a nice hand to 4-bet with, but not all the time. But in this situation, it's similar to the ace-deuce. It can be a call. It's a lot better than the ace-deuce just because it's suited, better connected.
Call.
And does make the call.
Wow.
Wow. Was not expecting that.
I think he has enough behind to where this gamble is pretty reasonable with the ace-5 suited. Leaving himself 300 is still pretty good stack. Let's see how this goes.
So a 5 out of the window followed by a 2 and a 6. There is a spade there. Middle pair there for Sandro, but that's not enough quite yet. So Michel's still ahead. Queen of diamonds bricks both players. So now Michel just has to fade a 5 or an ace. We see one of those aces are dead, so it's just 4 outs, not 5. And the 2 of clubs on the river, so another double up for Michel, who is now up near 400,000. And Sandro, who had the chip lead to enter the action, is now not quite in the middle of the pack, still near the top, as you said. It didn't really hurt him, but he doesn't have the ability to do a similar thing again without really crushing his stack.
You're right. Yeah, that was kind of the last one of those opportunities. I do like it though.
And we had some Michel fans earlier in the chat, but all of them said goodbye. I knew a few of them. But meanwhile, check out the next festival in Dublin on October 31st to November 5th. You can win that 5K package in a free roll tomorrow. More details to come about that tomorrow, but be sure to tune into the stream to see how you can join us in Dublin for free with a €5,000 package, including a ticket to the event you just final tabled yesterday, the €3,000 main event.
Is there another 3,000 main?
There's
doubling.
yeah, it's going to be a 3,000 main. I think that one's going to have a guarantee of 700K too.
I'm
so
on a pretty
it'll
good.
get a little bigger.
I'm on a pretty good streak in 3K mains.
It sounds like we might be seeing Matty Ice and Dublin.
I don't know. I mean, it's enticing. It is.
Giacomo here making a move with 10.5 bigs. This seems more than standard suited ace-7 from the hijack. He does not want to call, but if he does get a call, he'd like it with something very wide. Michelle just making sure it's not a tiny stack, I believe. It's so tricky that he's thinking about Jack-6, so the mystery bounty element really means a ton. I think he's going to fold, but...
Quarter of the stack. Let's it go, looks like. I mean, with the player to the left, I can't imagine.
Especially a tricky player like Joseph. Joseph making the call. Is he going to collect another mystery bounty? Is he going to go 3 for 3? We shall see. So we know Giacomo has ace-7 suited. Joseph has just 8 deuce suited, but he has 2 live cards. Amazing.
There it is.
And it's looking very safe for Evangelista flopping the top pair. Depending on the turn, he could already have Joseph drawing dead. And indeed, that's what happened. So a double up for Giacomo. The big stack's just going for those bounties. And the deuce on the river, too little too late. And a double up for Giacomo, and Joseph, who collected the first 2 mystery bounties, got a little bit ambitious there with the 8 deuce suited.
This table is evening out quite a bit.
Yeah.
Everyone's kind of converging. The big stacks aren't so big, short stacks aren't so short.
And if you're wondering why that is happening, it's because it is very top heavy with the mystery bounties. They didn't kick into the final table, so there's a 10K mystery bounty, a 7,500 mystery bounty, 5,000, 2 2,500s, 2 1,000s, and 2 500s. So considering the top prize is about 8,600 euro, you can easily collect more than that bounties without even getting the big one. That's why the bounties are so important. That's why we see an 8 deuce call that we wouldn't normally see by any player at a final table to an 11 big blind shove. But Michel, hero to 0. He was hero to start the day, went down, down, down after going up a little bit, and after 2 double ups on the official final table with the chip lead. And blinds have gone up to 5K, 15K. I'm going to double check that in the back end that it's not 10K, 15K. No, it is 5K, 15K blind level. Small blind may be getting a little discount here. It shouldn't slow down the action at all, though, that it's not a 10K based on what we've seen so far. Just expect mayhem after mayhem. And GL Giorgio folding off to Michelle. During the last Party Poker Millions, it was the Party Poker Grand Prix in Bratislava. We had a guy called Dylan Bruce Lee, and I just kept calling him the fake Bruce Lee for the entire day.
Bruce Lee.
Yes.
Wow.
I missed the fake Bruce Lee.
Gotta love the names that make commentating fun, eh? Make it easier in here.
Oh no, Joseph with an untimely jam from the small blind. And gets snapped off. This would be the bad beat of bad beats if Pavlos' aces don't hold.
Surely not. Surely not.
Absolutely love this mystery bounty. This is the points I've been waiting for all day. And there's a 2 there, but 2 10s also. So, and we see a 2 is buried. So it's just really 1 out that Pavlos has to sweat in his head too. 8 of clubs on the turn. Will a miracle come on the river, or will Pavlos be the latest person to double up? And the 4 of spades blank on the river. Pavlos doubling up through Joseph. Joseph now down to 290 after being well north of 500,000. Stacks just continuously bouncing around. Blinds will continue to go up. Mayhem will continue at a fast and furious pace. We need more mystery bounty televised events.
That was the last remaining super short stack, I think. Is that right?
I think so. It looks like now Charles has the shortest stack. If I'm eyeballing, that looks like about 4 or 5 of those 25Ks. So maybe about 125, 150, and Charles's stack is maybe the shortest, 15. No, but the blinds went up, so it's about a 10 big blind stack. So that's short in terms of blinds, but it's not a deep final table anymore.
No, this is going to be very interesting going forward.
Are you like me? Do you like Mayhem when you're not personally involved? That is.
I mean, in an event like this, absolutely, absolutely. I can respect slow, calculated, high-level poker as well. I mean, as a poker player or pro or student of the game, I like to watch high-level poker, but I mean, in a mystery bounty, I mean, this is fun.
It's a nice balance. We had high-level poker on the final table you were at yesterday. A lot of talented individuals that you had to face up against, including yourself. Today we have talented individuals, but just different dynamics.
Right.
And tomorrow it might be a mixed bag. When you have a 550 event that gets more than 2,200 runners, meets its €1 million guarantee, you don't know who's going to show up at the final table. Somebody can just run massively hot that doesn't know the ins and outs of how to approach a final table. And then we can also wind up with a beast like Adam Owen at the final table. So we shall see. I'm very interested in that. And do hope that you have time to join in for a little bit of that action as well, but you might be playing something.
Yeah, I don't want to pre-commit for sure, but it's definitely, it'd be good to be in the booth for that one.
So we had a limp pot between the blinds, so a little bit of a slowdown here. Sandri with the best of it, popping middle pair, backdoor flush draw. Let's see if he just tries to take it now. No, checks it back. That's interesting. Now things got even better for him. The backdoor flush draw moves to the front door. If Pavlos doesn't bet, he should think that he's actually already ahead. But Sanju, who's apparently a Finnish poker coach, according to the chat, he is betting, but it looks like it's a min bet, maybe 15,000. That's exactly what it is. And no reason for Pavlos to blow up his stack here. He's playing out of position, so there's nothing really to float there either. And Sandru picking up some chips, or at least getting back most of his that he put into the pot. So we're being asked, what were the total entries to the Mystery Bounty? It got 61 entries. It was an 1,100 euro buy-in event. With day 2 yesterday still going for the Grand Prix. Also, it was the final table of the main event of the Millions, which is why we have Matty Ice here in the booth and not at the final table of that, because he had a deep run in that. It's like good news, bad news. He's like, oh, I didn't get to play the Mystery Bounty. And I'm like, well, if you got to play the Mystery Bounty, you're not collecting the 4th place prize. So I think you'll, I don't think you would reverse that anyway.
I wouldn't go back in time and change anything, but yeah. I mean, I'm still waiting to play my first Mystery Bounty event.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, I rather enjoy them.
I do like how I mean, you know, say what you will about the direction that poker is heading in terms of these tournaments that are coming up, but I do like that, you know, poker went towards bounties and then people decided that's not enough, you know? We don't even know what we're going to get anymore. Let's just mix it all up, make it all a mystery. I like the direction it's heading.
It's similar to spins. Like the sit and goes were all the rage until the spins came out. Now sit and goes still run, but the recreational players all flock to the spins because of this fun casino type of element, the unknown prize, and it balances out over time. So those grinders kind of realize that sometimes my variance is going to be off and I'm playing for low multipliers, but then I can have a day where I'm playing for all multipliers, 3 and above. Happy days, especially when running good. And speaking of Spins Overdrive, here we go. You can see some of those graphics in the background. And what's the beauty of this is that the multiplier, when I played yesterday, it was going up, 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 and then bang, stops at 2.76. So it's not like fixed numbers 2, 3, 5. It's literally, it can be any multiplier. And you have a sweat before the cards are even dealt to see where that will last. Or that will end anyway.
6 raise.
And if you don't have an account at Party Poker, you can hit exclamation mark welcome. There's an excellent offer for you. Really for the live guests that we have here at the Party Poker Millions, but we're extending that offer as well to all of you watching in the Twitch chat. There's an 100% matching deposit up to a certain amount, along with a free ticket as well. That maybe can get you to come to Dublin with us.
Well, ace-7 offsuit raise from under the gun. Gets that steal through. Am I reading that right?
Yeah, happy days.
Pretty nice.
And Scotty is saying that he watched you on the final table, and he's saying, well done, Matt.
Thank you, Scotty.
I'm pretty sure Scotty stuck around, so I
good.
appreciate Scotty as well.
I appreciate it.
Our Finnish informant here is saying that he's not a big fan of the party software. Well, different strokes for different folks. I happen to really like the party software. And one of the aspects that I like the most is that it kind of mirrors in a way a little bit live poker, because you don't have the ability to use HUDs. You're not getting that extra little bit of information, so you actually have to pay attention to the table. You have to remember the players that you played with before, take manual notes if you want to do that. That's more than fair game to take manual notes on players. But meanwhile, never mind about the party poker software. We're going to talk about the mystery bounty, because we have a jam here by Giacomo with the mystery cards from the button. But I think we can get back talking about the party poker software, because I don't see how GL Giorgio is calling with 5 high. But not every software is for everyone, but that's one of the reasons I like it. Plus, I have done a podcast before with the security department of Party Poker, and in terms of compliance, there's nobody even close to Party Poker in the industry. You can feel very safe that everything is being looked at in multi-dimensions, that you don't have to worry about stuff like collusion and bots and things like that that you might have at other networks. Now, I'm not only playing at Party Poker, but I do enjoy the experience, the software, and the innovations such as Spins Overdrive. The software always runs smooth on my computer, and it's a pretty looking client. And I haven't played on mobile, but I've seen people around playing on the mobile, and the mobile client seems fantastic.
The mobile client is very smooth, very, very smooth.
But if it's not for you, it's not for you. You know, I'm not going to tell people what to like. You know, it's just I like it. Maybe you don't. That's okay.
I mean, no software is perfect. Every software has its pros and cons, but I agree with you. I've been playing on Party Poker, 4 or 5 times a week for years, and I've had almost no issues with operating multiple tables and tournaments and this and that. And I agree, like, the no HUD is nice. You don't need to focus on as much. You just fire it up, and yeah, and hopefully it'll keep getting better as well.
Yeah, I know they're working on improvements, and meanwhile, Michelle getting a walk with just 9 high. Michelle always smiling, always happy.
I think I was that happy when I got a walk with 9 high yesterday. On the
yeah,
table.
I remember that.
I'm pretty sure I was thrilled as well.
So what's fun about our TV table dealers, it's the same 2 that we had a couple days ago. So we have Alex and Alex. So as long as you remember the name Alex, we're okay. So Alexandra is out. Alex with the shorter haircut is in. Both very nice people. I bumped into Alex just on the streets of Malta before coming into the casino, wearing like his normal clothes. Almost didn't recognize him, but he has that very distinctive hair that makes it easy to spot.
Yeah, very
so
true.
I'm immediately going through my head, where do I recognize that hair? Oh yeah, he should be wearing this. Because it's funny, you get to know dealers quite well doing what I do, but then when they're not wearing their normal outfits, sometimes it throws you off.
Yeah, no, it would be kind of, you're like, I know part of you. I know part of you.
So Pavlos not doing anything with the Robbie. Evangelista, though, sitting on about 15 big blinds from the hijack. Is it time? Does he need the jam? Can he open for a min raise? Or is he just going to fold? And we shall never know. Accidentally exposed one of the cards. That was definitely a pure accident. It happens, especially at the TV table, because the cards are a different weight. You probably noticed that yesterday, that they were a little bit heavier to pick up and look at because of the RFID chips that are inside each of the cards.
Yeah, the peel felt a little bit different. Yeah. You
could see that GL Giorgio is even now like looking down closer than he probably would, because it's Michelle meanwhile just does it like normal, but let's just say it's not Michelle's first feature table either. And Michelle jamming from the small blind, I believe, with the king queen. And Joseph with the easy fold with the 8 high. So I could see that Michelle has adjusted a little bit based on the bounties. I'm not sure he would have done a jam in that spot per se. He would have been opening for sure if it was just no bounty final table. I'm loving these player profiles. Now Joseph we have a lot more data on because he played also earlier today when we had 21 left. We've seen Joseph all day long. Very impressed with his play.
He seems to be having a great time, even though he's lost a lot of his stack.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him play before. I don't know his personality, but he seems to be enjoying this.
Certainly before the mystery bounty time, he was playing super solid. Seemed to know when he can move, when he can't. And Charles getting into the action with a jam with the snowman, the short stack at the table. And Michelle with the decision to make. He is on the button, 2 players after him, so even if he wants to come in, he may think twice. With the stacks behind him, he may want to isolate. He's going for it. Joseph showing up with nothing, and Pavlos as well, so it's now Charles against Michelle. Heads up, the 2 most experienced players, at least according to Hendemob, at the table. Charles is at risk. And a queen out of the window, followed by a 9 and 9. Charles is going to need some help. A 10 jack wouldn't even help him. 6 of clubs, so now it's an 8 or only an 8. Charles already standing up. Does not believe in the miracle. And the 10 of clubs on the river. Charles Akadiri out in 7th place. Well played by Charles. And Michelle asking, can I get my mystery bounty envelope? Not even waiting.
No time wasted.
But Charles collecting 1,330 euros. The first player to make profit, actually, at this table. No bounties to speak of. It's a very top-heavy way of playing when you're just paying out the final table in a mystery bounty event. I do hope now that others are watching and using this as an example, because people say we need massive fields for mystery bounties. You really don't. The dynamic on here is quite unique, and I would love to see like a capped mystery bounty event. Cap it at like 64, 8 tables of 8. Allow some re-entries, of course, to get it up to, it could be like 100 max, but cap the number of entries. And already stated at the beginning, we're only paying out the final table. All mystery bounties at the final table. And then you just have such an amazing dynamic. I've been looking forward to the final table all day. It was normal poker until then.
Yeah, I like that. Just set up a top-heavy structure. Yeah.
There's certainly a lot of pros that would love that, and the recreationals will still get in because of the promise of that big mystery bounty prizes. Maybe not at a 1K buy-in standpoint. You may, if you want to get as many recs in as possible and still cap at 100 depending on your event. If you're an organizer, consider a 550 for it, but I do like the 1K for this event considering we have 3K, 5K events running. The 1K seems like a nice price point. And Michelle right back at it. A little more than a min raise from the cutoff. Oh. It could be Joseph's turn to take it away with the worst kicker. It's going to be awfully hard for Michelle to call, even though we see is ahead. And since nobody's opening up those envelopes, the kind of average mystery bounty is close to 4K, between 3 and 4K. So that's math is going to stay the same unless players are taking envelopes.
Calls.
But he does call. Wow.
I did not expect that.
Wow. Are we going to lose another player? Well, this reduces the chances on a paired board with the king coming on. It could be a chop. It should be a chop most of the time. But it's a 7 of spades on the turn. Joseph getting there, but with one card to come, does need to fade the 8. And it's a 10 of clubs on the river. So unfortunate for Michelle. From a results-oriented point of view, it looked like the correct call. If there was just ICM, it would be a horrible call. But with the mystery bounty, it does make some sense. And Joseph right back in the thick of things, delivering the bad beat to Michelle, who looks like he decided to take a small break after that, maybe collect his thoughts. He's not the kind of player that tilts, but maybe so this is a good time. Take a stretch. I corrected my mystery bounty already. Maybe questioning his play and asking for an opinion from one of his friends on the rail. There's a variety of reasons why he could be leaving, or maybe just to check his phone. Or maybe we're just on a break, actually. So see you guys back in about 20 minutes. Matt, are you going to be back with us in 20?
I will.
Ah, that's beautiful. Stay tuned, and meanwhile, check out the future of spins. Well, the 20 minutes went by fast. Well, we didn't have a break. Apparently there's going to be some bounty collection going on soon. So they're preparing for that. Maybe Michelle wants to collect one of his bounties. Well, he only has one to collect. We know Joseph wants to hold on to his, at least for now. But maybe if Michelle opens up that 10K, it'll make Joseph want to open his. There is some strategy, actually.
That's very interesting. So they get to choose when to collect?
Yes.
Oh.
That's the case in most mystery bounties. I've seen some where it's been smaller, where they force them to open it right away. But that would be more for production value. And Party Poker does not want the production to ever interfere with the actual poker action. So players are welcome to have that freedom.
Of course.
So are we going to get the mystery pull on camera as promised? I really hope so. Here we go. I see Santa Madonna in the background. Yeah, let's pause the clock.
It's running, we need to play.
And here we go, folks. Get ready for the first mystery bounty pull. It looks like it's going to be Michelle. Will he collect the 500? Will he collect the 1,000? There's also 2,500.
Here we go.
5K, 7.5K, and 10K
Speaking
mystery
of
bounties.
multipliers, the spins overdrive multipliers.
Marketing geniuses
Kind
party.
of a mystery as well. You know that you don't know how far the car is going to go.
We had fun with that before because we had a pretty
for it.
decently long. Okay, let's.
Here we go.
10K. We all want him to pick the 10K. Okay.
Let's
10K.
go, Michelle.
You not want to put it up to the light first? I mean, no. Show us. Show the camera.
Where's the number at? You know? Or do I have to? I guess.
Okay, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So like,
I mean, no, open it.
no? Oh, open it.
Yeah.
Looks yellow.
Oh.
Oh my God, Michelle!
No.
What a fucking hero.
You
Pardon
called
my
it.
language,
You called
but
it. So you
amazing.
just gave it
Oh
you
my
called it.
goodness.
Well done, congratulations.
Wow, what
You
a
can keep
hero.
hold on. Bravo,
Oh
Michelle.
my
Running
goodness.
hot.
Good man. Okay.
On the very
moving on,
first
guys.
mystery bounty pull. I'm curious if that's going to change the dynamics. It shouldn't by much because there's still a 7.5 and 5K in the
maybe
mix.
maybe a tiny bit, but wow.
Wow.
Didn't have to wait long for that.
No. And what I was saying before we got into that, we had another mystery because we couldn't see the whole cards when it was 9 max. So someone in the chats, we have a mystery within the mystery bounty. So it really was. But that was a bit of fun. It's always nice to do something a little bit different. It's been a long time since I've had to follow action from just a camera angle, but being a live reporter, I can do that pretty well actually. As long as the camera's in place, I can eyeball chips kind of well.
That's good.
So Michelle with the envelope there. Absolute hero. That's more than first place prize in the prize pool actually.
He's got to be feeling good. He's got the chips. He's got the biggest bounty. He's a good player. He's got to be feeling confident right now.
He had a nice rail here too, at least in the Twitch chat, but I think Dutch players had to go for training sessions and other things. But he is popular in the Dutch poker community. After beating another Dutch player heads up in a tournament in Bratislava last year for about 100,000, all the Dutch players except for Jerome. I've known Michelle for a long time through social media, so I didn't know the other player, but pretty much everybody was rooting for Jerian Dijkstra. And Michelle pulled it off, and then obviously all those players become friendly with Michelle through that.
The underdog story.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
But he's been working hard at his game for so many years that it's so nice to see him now reaping the benefits on the live circuit. He's been reaping it on the online circuit for a while. So maybe similar to your story, you've been doing well online, and now you have a few nice scores live. And it's not that you're playing a lot of live, but it seems like whenever you do, you seem to manage to get a result.
So far, I'm not gonna say that.
Knock on wood.
Yeah, it's a lot of variance. I need to put in a bit more time live before I can say I'm a crusher, but it's
you're
gone
modest
well.
though.
It's gone
Maybe
well
not
so
crusher,
far.
but you're above 99% of the people playing. Let's just say. Maybe not in a 1K online, but if you're playing a 22 online, you have to feel pretty good about your abilities in that field.
Indeed, indeed.
Absolute legend. He's like, I think I see yellow. And wanting to pull it right away. And we've seen these strategies backfire a little bit. Maybe Joseph would have pulled that if he took one of his two, but I've seen that before where a guy has literally collected 6 of the last 8 bounties, and one guy just takes a bounty and ruins the hopes and dreams of the guy that has 6.
Yeah.
Michelle is still on cloud 9 with that yellow 10K envelope. Meanwhile, Pablo is finding a good spot to jam. His 10 big blind stack with the snowman. Really only one move he can make there. And big slick for Giacomo. So this is normal final table stuff that we have going on here. Certainly fine to get it in with a 13 big blind stack. And GL Giorgio wisely getting out of the way with the ace-4.
No, not that one.
Is Michelle going to go for a double bounty here? His cards are live if he wants to do it.
155.
Maybe that massage is making you too relaxed, and maybe some air pumped out of the tires with that 10K bounty. Aaron's in a lovely masseuse, but yeah, Michelle is actually maybe understanding the maths. Probably taking the 10K out of the equation, figuring out the average bounty.
Looks like he's doing the math.
And makes the call, going for the double bounty with 2 live cards. Not in the worst spot at all, facing 2 players with Jack-9.
One of the best scenarios he can face here.
So far, so good for Pavlos, looking to potentially triple up. Giacomo ahead for the side pot. A 2-ace king puts him ahead. And it's a queen on the turn, so the 8s are still ahead. Still a lot of outs to fade for Pavlos to earn his triple up. Oh my God, the Jack of Hearts on the river. Michelle doing it again, ruining the hopes of dreams of Pavlos and Giacomo, collecting 2 bounties. Pavlos officially finishing in 6th place for 1,610 euros. Giacomo in 5th place for 2,000. And maybe we'll see a Klopp salvage again. Maybe Michelle will collect 2 more.
What is going on?
Absolute hero. That was definitely a bounty call. So what happens a lot of times in mystery bounties, you have a big drop-off sometimes between the top and the second biggest, but here the drop-offs aren't that big. So even though the 10K is out, you can still win a 7.5K bounty and a 5K bounty, a pair of 2,500s. The rest are a bit smaller, but still 4 decently sized bounties out of the 8 that are left.
Brother, it looks like we're not getting any.
Yeah, it seems like that.
And Michelle with a monstrous chip lead on top of that.
What is this? The crossover episode?
Skill game.
Wow. This is going fast.
Just like that, 4-handed. Unbelievable.
Should we like randomly introduce a mystery bounty element to the Grand Prix for more mayhem? I do want to see some like regular poker too, so let's not make any suggestions that we can't do anyway.
You'll be tired out from all the gambling from this one. You'll be ready to go back.
And we do start early tomorrow. I mean, not early, but early comparatively to what our end time is today. We'll be back with you at the start of the final table for the Grand Prix with 8 players remaining at 2 o'clock real time, 2:30 stream time. So I do hope to see many of you in. And if you're not tuning in for me, tuning in for Matt, who I hope joins us, you should tune in to get the password for the free roll, because tomorrow's free roll is something special, Matt. Do you know what's going on with that free roll?
I heard you were saying a package for the Dublin Festival.
Yes, it's a 5,000 euro package, actually.
5,000 euros.
One player can win for free.
From a free roll.
From a free roll. Not a free buy, but a pure free roll. Password protected. I am going to ask the Twitch community many times when we release that password not to share it on social media. I want one of these guys that has been tuning in the last couple days, guys or gals, to come join us in Dublin. And we'll add, it's going to be a 5,000 euro package plus a free drink from Jason.
Could have one for me too if I'm there.
Okay, so 2 free drinks. You get to meet Matty Ice. Matt would also go ahead and meet you anyway. He's super friendly, super approachable.
That is true.
Very good for poker.
Thank you.
And I'm not just saying that because Matt is here. I say that privately as well. Jamie is also a true pioneer in the Twitch streaming streets. I mean, there was others doing it, but Jamie really took it into his own. He worked so hard to get the community, you as well. And it's just amazing, this poker family that you guys have. And I know you guys support each other as well, as I could see from the stream. So there's
we do, yeah.
Possibly when you're at the same table, it could get a little bit competitive. But other than that, I imagine you guys support each other.
Another nice hand here.
I remember when Jamie was first starting out, he was so humble even back then, and that hasn't changed with all his fame.
Yeah,
Sanders seems frustrated.
Yeah, maybe I feel like mentally it's tough to see all the bounty cards kind of just swiped off the table, and you know you gotta zone in here for the final 4, but I'm not sure. Yeah, people always ask like, oh, like you want to beat your brother, or like do you want to do this or do that? Like we're super competitive, but we're way more like on each other's team when it comes to like content we're making, or you know who's getting viewers, and like poker. It's all, you know, we just want to see each other succeed in this industry. It's not like I want to do better than you. I want to beat you, even though that, you know, that's good for TV. But that's not really how it is with us.
Now that's good to hear, and I know you guys are working hard on your poker game, but it's about providing quality content for your fans, for the poker community at large. helping bring new faces into the game as well, teaching people along the way. So it's quite good that it's a friendly basis and that you guys work together a little bit with the content. But I imagine occasionally when you can find time, do you ever study with Jamie?
I wouldn't say we study, but you know, we'll bounce hands off each other on Discord and talk about important. Like I talked to him about some of my hands this week that I've played in the sit and go earlier this week, and then at the final table yesterday. We were talking about my final call, and then that other Jack 9 hand I had at the final table. Just a couple interesting spots. So talk a little bit. I guess it's a privilege to have a brother you can talk high-level poker with, right? Somebody that close. It's definitely a privilege.
Someone during family gatherings, I imagine that poker comes up quite a lot in your family.
You know, it's actually not Jamie or I that would bring up poker. It'd be my parents. They'd bring it up. They're like, oh, you know, poker this, poker that. They're excited by the whole industry, so.
FTOS, who we've been calling GL just because we learned his name means good luck in Greek. And it's much easier to say, and it's a nice nickname to have. I'm thinking of writing an article, I'm going to bounce this off you, Matt, about how to choose your screen name.
I love it. 'Cause I do not like a lot of screen names. I like it. What's the basis? Or no spoilers?
Its basis is going to be like if you're playing at sites where it's anonymous, to constantly change it. Unless you're a high-profile person that you're going to give people an edge, they're going to get your tendencies. And in cases like Party Poker where it is fixed, obviously in some cases the real name is being used, to come up with something that you'll be proud of. You know, there's still people that come up to me, even though I probably haven't played under the screen name that much over the last few years, and say, hey Wacky, hey Jackson, or hey, especially the Scottish crew, whenever I see Feraldo or Kyle or Ludo, they still just call me that. Most people don't know me by my online screen names, but if you're playing a lot of online poker, spend some time and think about your screen name, because you have to live with it. In most cases, you can't change it.
I cannot believe. Sometimes you see a screen name and you're like, you have to log in every day and play with that. Like that's what you look at all day on all your tables. You know, that's who you are. I don't know. It's teach their own, I suppose.
I regretted my Party Poker screen name change, actually, which is kind of what prefaced the whole thing. But I get a third chance now because I go on up the bet.
Who's ready to select his next bounty that he's just won. Oh, you got two.
Let's go, Michelle.
Oh, you've got two. He's got two to pick. Okay.
Well,
so,
of
Michelle,
course he's got two.
would you like to select two? Quick picks. Okay, they're the two. They're the two. Right, let me help you because I think you might need a bit of help. You got two to pick. Oh, are you sure? Is it going to change the look? Okay, okay. Go on. You open the other one as well.
Oh, Santa Madonna's opening one. Let's see who opens the lucky one. Are we going to balance ranges with two 500 pulls? Or is it 7,500 and 5K coming out?
I
and we
don't
go
know
to
if
normal poker.
Too much excitement.
Michelle runs so hot.
I don't know if I can watch that.
Okay. Okay.
What color? Let's see.
Ready? Set.
Ooh, I see a green one.
No.
Oh my God. 1K. Okay, that's a small one, but the 5K is out too. So 16,000 in bounties are ready for Michelle.
Wow,
that's
look
double
at
the
this.
top
He's
prize
just
in
won
this
the 5K
event.
and the 1,000 euros. Well done, Michelle. What? Congratulations. Right, guys, got to move on. There's not
I
many
know
left.
who I'm going to look out to play slots with later. Not that I play a lot of slots, but let's go, Michelle.
Wow, what a day for him.
And meanwhile, Joseph is sitting on those two envelopes that he didn't pull yet. He's probably just shaking his head. When I say he's like one of the nicest guys you'll meet, that's like a genuine thing. So I am very happy for Michelle. But let's save that 7,500 euro for Joseph or somebody else. Spread the love. And we got Booze Broget in the chat. Hello, Jeffrey. Long time no see. Hope all is well. Poker Bras is back as well, so Scott is in the chat.
What's up, Poker Bras?
I'm going to scroll up a little bit because I imagine some of them came to say hi to you. No, Booze is calling me wacky just out of, I don't know if that was before or after I made it. And I believe we have, hi Matty, hope you good bro. Grats on the final table. Party Parrot. That's from Scott, Poker Bras.
Thank you, Poker Bras.
We still have the Sandtrue fan in the chat with Futsal Forever, but he's also a, I've seen him in the Party Poker TV chat before. Just didn't know he was from Finland or she. And Poker Brain, I'm not sure what Poker Brain is trying to say here, but something, Millions Malta. But thank you everybody for joining us. This is Jason Glatzer, joined with Twitch legend Matthew Staples, Party Poker ambassador, all-around good guy, and a 3K live tournament specialist, apparently.
Apparently.
We're going to petition at the Party Poker Dublin to change all the buy-ins so they're all 3Ks, and then we're going to see Matty Ice on every single final table, maybe even 2 or 3 final tables at the same time, running back and forth.
I might just start playing only 3Ks online. I mean, let's just run with this thing and see how far it goes, you know?
I was really hoping to see you win after you told me before you started that you have 3 online caches that were the same as the top prize in that event.
I had 2. This would have been my third.
It would have been your third, okay.
That would have just been, I mean, it's already a meme in my community. Yeah, same high score, both 93. I got 3rd place both times. It was the same total prize pool both times. So this would have been too much.
So Matt's Twitch 420 asking what bounties are still in play. Well, we've had the 10K pulled and the 5K pulled, but the biggest bounty still in play is the 7,500. There's 2 2,500s, 1 1K left, and 2 500s left. And Joseph has 2 bounty pulls left.
So
here we go.
Here Joseph, who was our initial player that had won the first bounty, but had decided to wait. But now that we've seen that Michelle has actually won 3 bounties, Joseph's ready to take on his 2 bounties. So we're going to get him to select the 2 lucky bounties, of which I'll allow you to pick. Go ahead.
Best of
Good
luck to Joseph.
We're aiming for this one, 7,500 euros. Okay. And he has his 2 bounties in his hand. Go on, I'll hold it. You can open one. I'll get my sticker ready to pounce on the 7.5.
Very optimistic here for Santa Madonna. Wishing our Hungarian final tableist to win the biggest prize remaining.
Here we go. Might see a color. It's a blue. It's a blue.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's not blue. It's the 500 blue. I'm sorry, man. Still good. It's still good. You got another one. Okay, that one's gone. Out of the way. Here you go, Joseph. Second one.
Okay, let's make this one nice. Not 2 500s.
Stop
That's
laughing,
just
guys. You
cruel.
didn't get one.
I'm starting to feel bad for Joseph. All those all-ins. Now the 500 bounty.
Okay.
The drama.
I need my other sticker.
The suspense. And the sticker.
Oh, it's a blue. It's
oh,
another
no.
blue.
Oh,
it's another blue.
Oh, my
well
God.
done.
Oh,
Matt's feeling blue. It's okay.
It's painful.
Oh, no.
My bad.
Well, it's good news for everybody else, just not so much for Joseph.
Oh, that's
I feel his
that's
pain.
painful.
Had the inverse luck of what we saw with Michelle Molinar, who did collect a 10K, the top big bounty, the 3rd biggest bounty of 5K, and also a 1K. So even the smallest bounty he collected was the same as the 2 that were collected by Joseph with 500 apiece. But now we have a 5K left. We have a 2.5K left. And another 2.5K left, so 2 2.5K lefts and a 1K left. So it brings the average bounty, let's do a little math, 11,000. So we're looking at 2750 per bounty on average, which the players will factor in. And now we will have some ICM considerations as well on top of that, with the payout jumps going up a little bit here, because 4th place is guaranteed 2750, 3rd 4050, 2nd 5,640. The trophy winner with 8,580 euro. Not the kind of event that we expect deal making on the prize pool, but you never know. Players are allowed to make deals at Party Poker live events as long as there's a little money to be left played for. And in this case, they may allow like even an even chop with the 2 bounties left to be played for, which is quite serious. But back to the action after all that mystery bounty excitement we just experienced. And we have 5-3 against 4-3, 2 absolute monster hands because they're suited. So any suited hand is a monster sometimes. But he who bets it will likely get it. Michelle with a tiny piece with the backdoor flush draw, but really doesn't matter. Small bet gets it done.
And straight draw. Double backdoors.
Yeah, double backdoors.
Good in the mix.
I like that term. We're gonna have to incorporate that one.
Double backdoor, yeah.
Like a double belly buster, we can have a double backdoor. And we're losing Alex, our TV table dealer, at least for now. But the good news is that we're getting another Alex into the booth.
We're getting the other Alex.
We've lost short-haired Alex, and we're getting curly hair Alex.
No shortage of Alex on
And
the
her
stream.
hair is natural, by the way. We've had like extended conversations about her hair because I find it fascinating. And when I get fixated on something, I always need to know more.
I hadn't personally wondered about it, but you know, now I will be looking.
Sometimes when you're standing around waiting to start, I'm a very chatty person. If you haven't noticed, I will randomly have conversations about just anything that pops into my head with anybody that might be friendly enough to engage in that conversation.
You're big on
not
the
telling Jason
Alex's.
go away?
You're big on the Alex's hair. I mean, you commented on the other Alex's hair.
I
as
like
well.
his hair too. We talked about that. His is not natural though.
No.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah. Bleached by the Malta sun.
Let's see how loose Michelle's going to play from the button. I think he'll be opening his suited 9-5. He does indeed. Blinds are now at 10,000, 20,000. Soon enough, something is going to have to give just from that perspective as well, because blinds are going up a bit quicker in this event than other events that we've been streaming at 30 minutes apiece. Yesterday was 40, and I believe tomorrow will be an hour. It might be 50 minutes, but I think the final table is 1 hour blind levels. But meanwhile, Sandro finding a spot, Billy Polianen. And Michael, of course, is going to have, well, I shouldn't say of course, but with all the bounties, big bounties out.
I think.
No reason for him to blow up. He has the bounties. I think now he wants a trophy to go into his ever-growing trophy case. And I'm pretty sure Booze Broche, who is a friend of mine that I've known, came in when he heard that Michelle is there. Booze is from the Netherlands. I'm not sure if Poker Bras I know used to live in Netherlands. I believe he lives somewhere else at the moment. I'm not sure where I should be saying where he lives, but I do know where he lives as well. Not the exact address. I can't show up on his doorstep and stalk him, and although I'm sure Scott wouldn't mind if I just randomly show. He's the kind of guy that loves randomness. He probably wouldn't mind if I randomly showed up at his doorstep one day. A little jammy and forcing the threes to fold. Oh no, yeah, forcing the threes to fold.
Couldn't be me. You know, I'd be in there. Pocket threes.
Meanwhile, GL Giorgio not snap folding his queen 10. He would be in decent shape if he called. Suited cards that are over deuces play actually a little bit better than the deuces typically.
That was a very effective jam, getting threes and queen 10 suited to fold.
In the beginning, we thought Joseph would be going after every single bounty, but it looks like Michelle wants every single bounty that's left.
Michelle is the new Joseph.
And we have King of Holland NL. We know who he is rooting for, or she, with only one Dutch player at the table. And Poker Bras released that he is living in Gibraltar. It's a small rock, so if you go to the rock, you might be able to find poker bras roaming the streets of Gibraltar, or maybe on the other side in Spain, walking down Stab Alley if he so dares.
You'll see him on top of the rock.
In La Linea, there's like a place literally called Stab Alley.
Stab Alley.
Yes. I ventured there. It didn't look a little stabby to me. I went out one night in Stab Alley. Took my chances.
I won't be venturing there myself.
So just a limp from GL Giorgio. Michelle may be putting some pressure. And a little jammy, the 8-6 into the muck. Michelle just controlling the table at this point. We do have 1.83 million chips in play, so nearly half of them now in Michelle's stack with 4 players remaining. Poker Bra saying he ventured to La Linea one daytime on stream. Think I ventured across Stab Alley. Felt like I did anyway. If Stab Alley lived up to his name on live stream, that wouldn't be good for anyone. So maybe we limit the live streaming to Gibraltar going forward, Poker Bras. Or maybe not somewhere that is nicknamed Stab Alley if we do need to go across to Spain. I not mind La Linea. There's actually a little bit of a nightlife there.
I think you could get quite a few views going to Stab Alley if that's in your Twitch title.
Venturing? Taking my chances in Stab Alley. Gambling in a little bit of a different way.
That's a good title. Taking my chances in Stab Alley.
So GL Giorgio with a beautiful hand with the fish hooks. Usually there's 100 ways you could play jacks, but not from the button on a 10 big blind stack. They just get in, and now Michelle with an ace. We've seen him call lighter, but maybe he's happy with the number of bounties, and now he's just going for the trophy, and looks like that's the case. Does make the fold. But Joseph thinking things over. He just got a little bit of a cooler collecting those 2 low bounties of 500 each. Maybe wants to take another spin at the wheel. He's going for it. He's not going to be happy about what he sees. Trying to get another bounty. His timing was a bit off. Does not have 2 live cards unless he connects with them both or he gets like a 6-8, 8-10 kind of flop with some more hope. A 6 out of the window, but followed by another 6 and a 3. It's looking grim for Joseph, but looking amazing for GL Giorgio. Ooh, magic card on the turn, getting one of his runners. A 5 or a 10. Maybe we see something crazy happen again. No, but it's an ace on the river. GL Giorgio doubling up. And Joseph, who had the chip lead, is now the short stack with 4 players remaining. It was almost not GL Giorgio, but the GL still held. I played poker once in Gibraltar in a ship I played there. I'm trying to think. I think Sun something kind of sucks because you have to change taxi if you go to La Linea to Spain. I mean, you can just walk it, buddy. I mean, it's, what, a half-hour walk from any hotel in La Linea to... I wish I could remember the name, but I know what you're talking about. It starts with an S. And I had fun in that casino. Lots of cash games were running. Lots of industry people there too, so the games were a little bit softer than normal. Sunborn Casino, thank you, Poker Bros. It's not a big casino. It maybe has a poker room that can fit about 8 tables, but you're playing on a boat that's permanently docked in Gibraltar.
It's kind of cool.
And here's a look at the aggression. Joseph was quite aggressive earlier. No surprise that Michelle is not now the most aggressive player. Knows how to play a big stack. Apparently knows how to pull mystery bounties as well. That's a skill I need to learn. I have collected the big mystery bounty a couple times in online events, but we're talking about like smaller buy-ins. So no like $1 million... mystery bounty for Jackson, but 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, 6 million, 7 million, 8 million, 9 million, 10 million, 11 million, 12 million, 13 million, 14 million, 15 million, 16 million, 17 million, 18 million, 19 million, 20 million, 21 million, 22 million, 23 million, 24 million, 25 million, 26 million, 27 million, 28 million, 29 million, 30 million, 31 million, 32 million, 33 million, 34 million, 35 million, 36 million, 37 million, 38 million, 39 million, 40 million, 41 million, 42 million, 43 million, 44 million, 45 million, 46 million, 47 million, 48 million, 49 million, 50 million, 51 million, 52 million, 53 million, 54 million, 55 million, 56 million, 57 million, 58 million, 59 million, 60 million, 61 million It is fun every time you see the envelope come. What are you gonna get? And then, oh.
I gotta get involved. I gotta get involved and play one of those.
Well, hopefully we see more mystery bounties at Party Poker as well. It's
Agreed,
a nice variant. I do love that they've made this one of the bigger tournaments during the Millions, not necessarily in terms of field size, but in terms of prestige.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, if it didn't clash with some other things, I think it would have been quite big, actually.
Yeah, because it was still the final day of the 3K, and then of course it was day 2 of the Grand Prix, which everybody was involved with. And the players that maybe busted out of that joined, or players that never made it to day 2 joined, but that's going to be not a big percentage of people that would have been playing the mystery bounty.
Right, yeah.
Michelle's still loving life. And I'll get to see Poker Bras in about a month. I'm excited about that. Such a fun guy. And he plays mixed games as well. So when I learned that, then I've gained a new respect for him because I do love the mixed game community. It's growing slowly but surely. But it's people like Poker Bras that are bringing them to the forefront. We need more influencers that like mixed games. Maybe we get Matty Ice into mixed games at some point, we'll see. But it's hard because you focus on stream content, and those kind of games are not necessarily the best for actually Twitch streaming because you can't have like so many tables going. You really have to pay attention to everything in mixed games.
Jay Carver did a fantastic job of it in the beginning.
I forgot about that actually. You're absolutely correct.
He kicked it off one table, play all sorts of variants.
But meanwhile, we have Ville. It's turn to jam with King 9 suited. If Michelle calls it, and I think he will, he'll be dominating Ville. We could see him back at the Tumbala pretty soon. We've seen him call lighter than this, but that was before he collected 16,000 in bounties.
Dynamic has changed.
Now there are pay jumps. Big bounty off the board. The second biggest bounty is there. He does have the third biggest. Perhaps thinking that Ville is not jamming so wide off his under the gun open. And Ville, who does have actual fold equity on Michelle, we could see that he's not really making a move. It's actually a good spot for him to be doing this. And Michelle checking his cards again. I thought he was picking them up to toss them in. I'm wondering if the massage of the brain is helping the thought process. I would be too relaxed at this point to properly think on the head. He does make the call.
Wow, he's gonna be happy about this.
Wow. And exactly what Ville said. He does have some hope. He's a 2-to-1 underdog. We've seen stranger things happen. But so far, so good for Michelle holding on the 8-3 deuce flop. Does have the faded king. Ville, on the meanwhile, is praying for a king to double up and take the chip lead. But the jack of spades on the turn does not help him. Down to 3 outs on the river. And it's the ace of diamonds on the river. An explanation point there for Michelle to eliminate Ville Puilanen in 4th place for 2,750 euros. And you know what this means, Matt.
I sense purple in our future. Purple bounty.
The purple 7,500, and let's hope he pulls it right away. We want the drama over with. And Michelle, maybe because of the massage, he says, let's wait, or maybe he's had his time in the sun. Or maybe he just plans on taking out the remaining 2 players and collecting all 4 of those bounties.
Yeah. That would eliminate too much of the drama, I think. You know, if he did wait to pull, I think that's a power move by him. I think it's a power move. Just sit on his bounty, final 3.
Saying, I'm going to get them all anyway. Why do I need to pull now?
It's a power move.
So I hope all the Sandshrew fans stay around. I was impressed with his play throughout the week. I mean, he was on the near the top of the chip counts in another event as well. Not a Finnish player I'm aware of, and as I mentioned, I'm pretty locked in on the Finnish poker community, spending a couple months every year in Estonia where the Finns flock to. A limp by GL Giorgio. Is Michelle gonna do it again? With almost 2/3 of chips in play. Jacking it up a little. And Giorgio getting out of the way. If we have a break and I see him, I'm going to have him slowly pronounce his real name, but then tell him I'm just doing it for practice. You're still GL on the stream.
Yeah.
You've been outed that your name means good luck in Greek. Yes, that's right, Poker Bros. Waiting is statistically better, and if someone gets one, they have less a chance to pull the 7.5K. I fully agree. From like a EV point of view, it's probably better to wait and leave everybody in the dark. It didn't work out quite well for Joseph. Maybe he would have pulled 2 different envelopes than the lower ones. He was one of the players that did wait. I do think, though, when you're running a smaller field mystery bounty with a higher buy-in, which I do love, I want to test out the concept of this, actually, of having these smaller field events and just having final table pulls of the mystery bounty, then I do like the aspect of, you know, obviously maybe not the next hand, but certainly the first break afterwards, get everybody to pull, and then everybody's on the same page. But GL Giorgio with the big slick, and Michelle asking for a count. Would be 1/3 of his stack. We've seen him call lighter than this, but as Matt mentioned, the dynamics have changed, so we'll see how he approaches the King Jack suited. Does call.
Showdown? Sorry?
And we, no showdown yet. We have
Showdown?
still Joseph to act. Joseph folding his 10-8 pretty quickly though. And hoping that Michelle gets there this time so that there's just 3 players left, on being that he's not in a position to collect bounties with his 150K stack. Let's see how hot Michelle runs now. 2 diamonds. Look at this. Queen 7-3, 2 diamonds.
There's a lot of hope on that board.
A queen of hearts on the turn, a safe card for Giorgio. And the 5 of clubs on the river. The run hop for Michelle has ended, at least for now. And we do have a new chip leader, and it's Eftigios Giorgio, aka GL Giorgio, with the chip lead after getting his big slick to hold against the King Jack suited on a very scary flop for him.
Doesn't seem like he's 100% sure about that call.
No, you could see he's still thinking through his head. It's like with Michelle, I can tell like the eyes go up a little bit, he's thinking. Probably because he's getting the massage too, and that's maybe not a tell in general. But it's funny how many tells I don't pick up when I'm playing, but when I'm reporting I pick up the most tells, and when I'm commentating I do sometimes pick up a few. But if I do pick up one that I think is a tell on the stream, I usually share it. The players listening back can potentially adjust to it. But when I'm playing, I never pick up these physical tells. Maybe the shaking hands bit, but that's about it. So we have Joseph jamming it with the rockets. He really only has 1 bet size and may get the call. He does from the chip leader with ace-8. And Joseph in amazing shape.
I'm scared to watch this, honestly. Joseph has been on a bad streak.
You're expecting carnage?
I'm not, but I'm scared to look.
Okay, you can close your eyes because I'm going to commentate the board. You can sweat along with the chat here.
Nah, I had a little more for like 7. No, I raised 25, but to call only 10K for big line.
You would have to have been closing your eyes for too long for this one. We do have a lot of drama being created, but here we go. Alexandra ready to deal out the flop. Ooh, 8 Jack 5. That's part of it. Joseph needs a sweat and does not want to see another 8, and it's a 4 of diamonds on the turn. Very safe card.
7.
He's shouting for a 7. And it's a 5 of diamonds on the river. Not too much of a sweat for Joseph. Does double up to 340. A little bit of breathing room. Meanwhile, we have GL Giorgio down to 770. So I believe we now have him neck and neck with Michelle for the chip lead. Poker Bra saying just the aces. Oh my God. And before that saying never lucky by Bruce Brochet. Everybody expecting Michelle to hit those diamonds, not just us. And Giselle Bra with the cat, the chatty cat. I found this emote earlier today and I'm like, that looks like me. You see this one?
Oh yeah, that's exactly what it looks like here in the booth.
I'm kind of like an orange cat, at least opening up my mouth all the time.
Sure, yeah. Yeah. See that.
So I don't think this is a break. We may be getting an interview, though. We haven't had any exit interviews yet because of all the excitement with the mystery bounty pulls. If we do not have them today, rest assured we will have them back with you tomorrow. The fantastic job by Santa Madonna yesterday. I absolutely loved having that additional insight about the player's experience that we wouldn't otherwise have. An amazing host, presenter, merch garter. What else is a hugger?
Hugger, yeah. No, she's
when
very
you need
good.
a hug, she seems to come up at the right time with a random hug. Here we go. We got the chatty cat going in the chat. Thank you for the love.
I like catfish.
Do you have a special emote that people use in your chat?
Similar to the chatty cat, nothing like that. I mean, I have all my own channel emotes, of course. Mine is the lamp. Do you know the story of the lamp?
No.
It's a dumb story, but when I started streaming back in 2015, there was only one thing in my background, and it was a blue table lamp. And somehow I started referencing it. You know, it's giving me power, it's giving me luck. It was this lucky lamp thing. It became my logo, became my main emote, and now it's like all my sub badges, and people have been spamming lamps in my chat for my whole streaming career. So that's my channel emote. It's a lamp.
I need to get involved with the chat community. What happens a lot of times when I am watching streams, it's usually like when I'm also playing some tables on the side. But I need to start watching when I have less tables so I can get involved with the chat community too. And still GL Giorgio with a small chip lead over Michelle. Joseph, although he doubled with the pocket rockets, is still the short stack. One double up for him though, and everything changes. And with three-handed play, that is certainly more possible. Ranges widen. Although we've seen massively wide. Oh my God, pocket queens here. Too big to jam. Although maybe he'll go for max value. Does go with a normal-ish 3-bet size though. To 180. 9x from the big blind. Off min raise, not quite a min raise actually. No, it was a min raise. And Michelle would be dominated, but of course we would see 2 spades on the flop for the sweat if he calls. Ah, we're getting some lamps going in the chat now. Here we go.
You see him now, yeah. That's good.
2 kinds of lamps. We have the special blue lamp, but there's also the Aladdin lamp going on here.
Oh, okay.
The magic lamp.
That one's not from my channel, but they're both magic lamps.
So Michelle making the fold, GL Giorgio showing his ladies.
It's gotta feel good with the queen 9 to see the queens.
Too much, I guess.
It's been quite an exciting final table. We had some solid poker leading up to the final table, but the mayhem, the craziness, the change in the way people play because of all the mystery bounties being opened at the final table has created a lot of excitement. And we're down to the final 3. We already have Michelle collecting 16,000 euros worth of bounties. And keep in mind the top prize is a hair under 8,600 euro. So nearly double the top prize Michelle has collected in bounties. And he still has 1 pull left to go, maybe more, but he has one in reserve. Is it a complete again with the Jack-7 this time? Is Michelle going to raise? He was raising in these spots before when he had the chip leading stack, and this time opting to check it back. Nobody connecting completely with the King-6 deuce board, but some backdoors for both players.
Yeah, they connect quite similarly.
It is just a shade over a min bet with blinds at 10,000, 20,000.
Makes
and
the
a
call.
call from Michelle. And now the check mark to GL Giorgio after connecting with the Jack on the turn. Is he going to try to squeak out some value? Is he going to check it to try to get the value that way through a bet through Michelle? But no, he's taking the lead. A snap fold by Michelle. So it was about 2/3 of the pot that he bet. Got the job done. We see he had the check mark.
Yeah, I think either way with the Jack there on the turn is okay.
If he's going to be betting other turns when he doesn't make it, then maybe it's balancing that as well. It's hard to know the strategy of these players at this standpoint based on what we've seen so far because, once again, the mystery bounty element. And that has changed slightly only because of the ICM jumps on top of that. With third place locking up 4,050 euros, second place 5,640 euros, and the winner will get the trophy and an additional 85,080 euros on top of the final 2 bounty pulls. So it is top heavy still. Despite Michelle locking up 16,000, there's a lot of bounties still out there. We did the math before and it's still 11,000 in bounties. Pretty hand to open the button with. And unless the blinds went up, it is a 3x. But meanwhile, Michelle, is he going to jam it with the 7s or is it going to be a standard 3-bet? Does just jam it for 575,000. A fold by Joseph, hoping that Giorgio calls, and then making his run during heads-up play.
215, 600.
So he's getting a count from both players. And you can see he's thinking. He's looking at the bounty board. He wouldn't be in the worst spot if he called. He'd be flipping for a bounty. But preserving his chips, he does fold. Is Michelle going to show his 7s? Does show this time. First time, I think both players showed at the table. No, we had the pocket queen showed just a moments ago, but the first time Michelle anyway is shown at the table.
Sharing some info now. Yeah.
And thank you, Alex, and welcome back, Alex, to deal some more cards. Alexandria doing a fantastic job all week. I think the 2 Alexes should travel everywhere together.
They should. They're a very good duo. Very good. Incredible hair as well.
I have a small story about poker bras, and don't worry, it's nothing embarrassing. I probably have a couple of those too. But I think I met poker bras because I was following the Party Poker They had a 5,000 buy-in. I think Ape Styles might have won it. I'm trying to think what year it would have been. It was pre-pandemic.
Okay.
And I was trying to watch on the party channel, but I was having some weird issues. And then I noticed that for some reason Poker Bros is just randomly commentating on the 5K event that he's not even in.
Yeah.
And I think that was the first time I came into contact with him. I'm reporting that event actually, so it was a time, it was a big enough event to actually have live reporting on.
Right.
And I was using his stream to report on, and then just getting to see his community and all that, and I think that was my first introduction. So he's saying party by name, party by nature, but party actually brought us together, Poker Bros. So it was the millions online. That was what it was. It was a massive guarantee. I think something in the neighborhood of 20 million in that event.
Ah. Oh yeah, I remember
really
that event.
Massive event, and I believe it was John that won it. John is somebody I've known for about 20 years, so was secretly, but maybe not so secretly, in the chat rooting for him.
Yeah, no. He's a good guy to root for, Ape Styles. I was in Barcelona last year with Poker Bros.
During the party event, that's right.
Yeah,
So we had a chat there too.
Lots of good times
But
there.
the hours I was working that event were, let's say, even more than these hours, so I didn't have a lot of time to chit-chat. So we have an all-in by Joseph, a call by GL Georgia with a weaker hand, but if a king comes, it could be showers for Joseph, who I would say hasn't been running good both card-wise and bounty-wise, but maybe this is the start of his comeback. And it's a safe 7-8 tray flop for the Hungarian with 2 cards to fade. 3 outs can crush him. That is not one of them. The 8 of clubs pairing the board on the turn. And the jack of spades on the river, safe for Joseph. And now all 3 players fairly close to even after Joseph doubled through GL Giorgio. So not such good luck there for GL. GL by name, not GL by getting there in 3-handed play.
How much in bounties are still?
It wasn't Ape Styles. It was the Slovenian guy, Scar Maker. I think he was a former footballer.
Okay.
And not too many people knew that he could play poker. And then after he wins this event, he was going on and still winning some online stuff. I don't know if he's still around.
25,
And yes, it was a $5 satellite that he spun into a 5,300 ticket and then won it for quite a lot. He didn't win the event. He won 1.3 million. I believe it was still John that won the event. And Poker Bros saying that Scarmaker playing full time now. And who wouldn't after a 7-figure score? You can afford a little bit of downswings, assuming you're not playing just 5K events anyway.
Yeah.
Then it can go quite fast. You need a big bankroll to play those on a regular basis. Obviously, if you're not playing poker for a living, it's a different story, but bankroll management is an important aspect. We can get into that if we have time, actually, what you do about bankroll management. When I was professional for about a year, I had a pretty sizable bankroll, so there weren't really cash games that I would consider to be too big when I was playing the 10 game quite a lot. Now I think even in the 8 game at lower stakes, a lot of these guys, even in the chat, are better than me, because I have not been keeping up. So my skills are going down while everybody else's skills are going up. Meanwhile, my hold'em skills are going up.
Yeah, do you get to commentate on mixed games very often, or?
I'm probably the only person to ever commentate on Sviten Special in English in terms of tournament.
Okay.
It was literally like 4 a.m. when the final table started. I'm thinking, who is going to tune into this? But yeah, it was me and my buddy Adam, who's never done commentating before. And somehow we had like hundreds and hundreds of people tuning in. We didn't even have graphics, so I think that was the last time I did it without graphics.
That's pretty good.
It was like an 8 big blind average on the final table too, but it was just like this fun stream.
Cool.
Poker Bros apparently has met Scarmaker in Vegas too. He's going to try to get him to come to another, not the party poker event in Dublin, but a different party poker involved event. But being it's not a pure party poker event, we will leave that one be for the time being. We will find out from Party Poker whether we can be talking about that event if Poker Bras is back with us tomorrow. Do you do marbles like Poker Bras?
I don't, but I like watching when he does.
I think the day after I met him, I'm immediately playing marbles in his stream.
Yeah, yeah.
Never won. No, I think I won like once the marbles.
Such a weird and random thing to have in a stream, but I think it just works so perfectly.
For him, it works perfectly.
It's so good, yeah, yeah. People that do the marbles.
Quite the entertainer, Poker Bras. Quite the host.
I think whoever created that game or app or whatever it is a genius.
So we haven't been commentating this hand. The blinds did go up to 10,000, 25,000, but really nothing doing until potentially the river. We do have 275 in the pot. Are we going to have a leveling war? No leveling war today. GL Giorgio picking up some chips. I think instead we need to convince you and Scarmaker to join us in Dublin. That is the next Party Poker Millions in Dublin, October 31st to November 5th. So really less than a month away at this point. I've been to Dublin a bunch of times, but I've never been to the Intercontinental, and I heard it's absolutely fantastic, the venue. And it'll bring a different dynamic than what we see this event. It's going to be a different player base. Of course, we will have a lot of the same players too, but instead of like an island focus of the locals, it's going to be more of an Irish focus.
I've never been to Ireland.
It's worth checking out, and Fintan Gavin and his team are involved with that event too, from the Irish Poker Festival. So they've teamed up to bring something truly special to the poker community. And I'm just happy to be a small part of that. Whether it's commentating or being in charge of the claw machine. I saw a claw machine on the first day, and Antonio, who's been doing a great job putting all this together, and he's like, Jason, I know what you're thinking. You're now director of the claw machine. So the claw machine didn't work, so the first day I'm trolling everybody, getting them to come over to try the claw machine, and either waiting until they're walking away and giving them a prize, or if I could sneak my hand in and drop it in for them, seeing what they're going for, just giving them the free prize. But then I couldn't do it anymore, and Georgie, who works for Party Poker, took it to another level, and he had lines of people waiting for him using this concept, and it was quite fun. So if you get a claw machine, make sure it doesn't work in Dublin, please.
They should do marbles giveaways.
Marbles giveaway.
Yeah.
Hosted by Poker Bras?
Could work.
So an effective jam here by GL Giorgio. No love from any player to give action. Usually you wouldn't necessarily want action from your ace-9 suited, but in this case you do want another shot at collecting bounties, so I think he probably wanted a call in that spot. Voldemort is back. Perhaps here all the time, but being a little bit quiet. He's been rooting on since the very beginning, Joseph from Hungary. But I know that's not the only reason he tuned in. I remember seeing this nickname in Bratislava. And it's Joseph's turn to jam.
I mean...
GL Giorgio, not a snap hold.
I think he'll let it go, but...
That's an interesting motion there. We won't go there.
We won't. We'll pass over that.
It's not exactly a PG-13 stream, but it's still maybe a bit too much to say what I was actually thinking for the first time in a while. I will filter myself.
It's a step too far. Just one step.
But I'm proud of myself. I do have a filter,
good for you.
apparently.
Yeah, good for you. You teased the chat. You got the chat in on it, but you didn't go all the way.
No, we'll let people make their own assumptions.
Of course, yeah.
The suited Brunson, is this good enough for some action? Not this time. In honor of Doyle, though, it would have been nice to see something.
Did you see Ben CB's clip on Twitter? It was the day after Doyle had passed. Had you seen that clip?
I've seen it, but I don't remember. I've seen so much stuff like after that. There was so much content. Everybody had stuff prepared ahead of time, too.
He was in a, I'm going to call it a 10K Super Millions type thing. He raised under the gun with the 10 deuce. Big blind called. Flop was, I think, garbage. He bets, gets raised. And this isn't a 10K, and I think he 3-bets for like a good portion of his stack with 10 high on the flop against a check raise. I don't know how the rest of the hand goes, but it was a very cool little tip of the cap to Doyle. So
I think it was Ben CB that I also saw an interesting spot. It was a bounty tournament where, like, it was either Lollinger, it was one of these big names that was in it, that basically he opened, I think it was Ben CB opening and leaving 0.06 big blinds left, and then there's jam on top, another player in, and then
I saw that hand, and
Lollinger getting it in with marginal holdings, but it's a similar element here with the mystery bounty. The progressive bounties were so high that it actually forced Ben to fold, you know, with the laddering aspects of it, and quite an interesting dynamic. I have to rewatch that hand, but I think it was Ben. But look at this flop. We have an open to 65 from GL, Giorgio, and a defend by Joseph from the big blind. Both players capturing a piece of this flop. Obviously, the ace connecting is better than Joseph's queen connecting, but it may not matter too much with blinds quickly going up. It'll soon be 15,000, 30,000. And it is a check and a bet by Giorgio of 55,000, so about 1/3 of the pot. I think the one thing we're not going to see is a fold. The most obvious situation is going to be a call, and that's what he does. But we can't be masters of the obvious in this event. And we have a 5 of hearts on the turn, doesn't change anything. Giorgio taking a peek down at what both players have, actually. Not sure why he was staring at Michelle's stack, but Michelle looks very at peace during this. The opposite of the look on GL Giorgio.
I suppose all the stacks are relevant, because it might change how Joseph is going to play this hand.
And it looks like a fairly sizable bet here. Yeah, he'd be putting Joseph all in. An effective jam here. And it's a quick fold by Joseph, understanding where he's at. So disciplined fold there by Joseph. Saves his chips for another day. Ooh, Poker Bros has this nice little marble emote. I haven't been able to tune into him for a while either. I've just not had time to tune into anyone, and it's a shame. I do love these communities. This especially. If you take a quick peek, you can see some of the ones that are live. Some of their casino stuff that if I really don't want poker in the background. And then we have, I don't know if I should be mentioning names, but these are 2 of the bigger names that you recognize. This is a good friend of mine. I will mention him even though it's not a party, just because he's such a special individual. Steven Iglesias, known as Blind Guy 789. He is physically blind playing online poker.
I know, it's so cool.
And he comes to Estonia once in a while. He used to come quite often to play poker, and he always has an assistant looking at the cards for him, whispering in his ear. And when his system is Johnny, the 2 of them are just drinking from the moment they wake up to the end, and it's just like a crazy thing watching these two wasted people go ahead. And he does quite well. He used to be able to see, and he lost his eyesight, and all the other senses, he explained to me, I've done a few interviews with him over the years, have heightened where he's able to pick up so much that others can't pick up, from listening, but even he can smell fear sometimes. It's kind of interesting as well.
Whoa. I didn't know that. I didn't know he previously had sight.
But online he does well too, so it's not all about that. We have OptiBet Poker, who was in the chat before. I do follow him. OptiBet is part of the Entain brand, so you can play at Party Poker in the Baltics and other regions through OptiBet. That's where I will be playing when I get home. For a few days, I will be testing out these spins overdrive. I may create like a challenge of doing like 200 at lower stakes, seeing how I do, seeing if I should move up or down.
Yeah.
So we have a raise to 410 to an effective jam here by GL Giorgio. Molinar waking up with the snowman. So it's an all-in and a call. Eights against King 5. Molinar at risk. And has his good luck run out against a player whose name actually does mean good luck in Greek. And it's an ace, king, deuce flop, so beautiful for Giorgio, but Molinar needing a snowman to connect with the two he has in his hand to stay alive. That is not a snowman, that is the deuce of spades on the turn. One more card to come. Molinar needing an 8 and only an 8 to survive. And it's the queen of diamonds on the river. So it's GG to Michel Molinar. He had a heck of a run though, collecting 16,000 in bounties, plus one that he's left on the side. On top of that, he collected third place prize of 4,050 euros. We may be taking a break for a heads up play. We may also be just watching the mystery bounty. But regardless of how things turn out, at least 20,000 euros going into Molinar's pocket, 4,000 from the prize pool, and another 50. At least 16,000 in mystery bounties. Actually, at least 17,000 because we know the minimum bounty left is 1,000.
Yes.
And meanwhile, it looks like the end of his marathon massage. But we'll find out soon. We're going to wait through this one little thing. We'll see if we go straight to the mystery bounty or to a break. And the spins has not told us that quite yet.
Good game, Michelle. I didn't see that coming, third place.
A podium is a podium.
It is. And I doubt there'll be any salt coming from him either with the bounties pulled.
So it does look like we're on a break, folks. So I'm going to find out how long a break is. If the action resumes before I get back, you may be left alone with Matty Ice. But I think we are on a 5-10 minute break, so be back very soon.
Yep, go for it.
Has just won a bounty, of which we're ready to go and select the last 4. Which one are you going to pick now, darling?
The purple one.
The purple one. The 7.5K. Okay. Is that the darkest one? Yeah, you good? You sure? This is first one. Okay, so which one do I cover? It's the purple one. He got the purple one. Bravo. Well done. Our 7,500 euros is gone. Well done. Deserved. Okay, guys. Well done. Oh, so you have another one. Oh, okay, right. Okay. Out of 3. Well, sure. You can't have it all now. You've had enough. We can't even give you the 500s, but I mean, what's left? We got 1,000, 2,500, 2,500. That's it. So, I mean, either one out of the 3. Okay. You gonna frame these? You should. Have you ever won bounties? This many bounties all in one go? Oh, it's a 2.5. Wow. Bravo. Well done. I mean, just why not? Why not? Okay. Well, Well done, guys. Back to your seats and good luck. Keep.
And Michelle jamming from the small blind, I believe, with the king queen. And Joseph with the easy fold with the 8 high. He's going for it. Joseph showing up with nothing, and Pavlos as well. So it's now Charles against Michelle, heads up the two most experienced players, at least according to Hendimob, at the table. Charles is at risk. And a queen out of the window, followed by a 9 and 9. Charles is going to need some help. A 10 jack wouldn't even help him. 6 of clubs, so now it's an 8 or only an 8. Charles already standing up. Does not believe in the miracle. And the 10 of clubs on the river. Charles Akadiri out in 7th place. Well played by Charles. And Michelle asking, can I get my mystery bounty envelope? Not even waiting.
No time wasted.
But Charles collecting 1,330 euros. The first player to make profit, actually, at this table. No bounties to speak of. It's a very top-heavy way of playing when you're just paying out the final table. And Michelle right back at it. A little more than a min-raise from the cutoff. Oh. It could be Joseph's turn to take it away with the worst kicker. It's going to be awfully hard for Michelle to call, even though we see is ahead. And since nobody's opening up those envelopes, the kind of average mystery bounty is close to 4K, between 3 and 4K. So that's math is going to stay the same unless players are taking envelopes.
Calls.
But he does call. Wow.
I did not expect that.
Wow. Are we going to lose another player? Well, this reduces the chances on a paired board with the king coming on. It could be a chop. It should be a chop most of the time. But it's a 7 of spades on the turn. Joseph getting there, but with one card to come, does need to fade the 8. And it's a 10 of clubs on the river. So unfortunate for Michelle. From a results-oriented point of view, it looked like the correct call. If there was just ICM, it would be a horrible call. But with the mystery bounty, it does make some sense. And Joseph right back in the thick of things, delivering the bad beat to Michelle, who looks like he decided to take a small break after that. Maybe collect his thoughts. He's not the kind of player that tilts, but maybe so this is a good time. Take a stretch. I corrected my mystery bounty already. Wisely getting out of the way with the ace-4.
No, not that one.
Is Michelle going to go for a double bounty here? His cards are live if he wants to do it.
155.
Maybe that massage is making you too relaxed and maybe some air pumped out of the tires with that 10K bounty. Aaron's in a lovely masseuse, but yeah. Michelle is actually maybe understanding the maths. Probably taking the 10K out of the equation, figuring out the average bounty.
Looks like he's doing the math.
And makes the call, going for the double bounty with 2 live cards. Not in the worst spot at all, facing 2 players with Jack-9.
One of the best scenarios he can face here.
So far, so good for Pavlos, looking to potentially triple up. Giacomo ahead for the side pot. A 2 ace king puts him ahead. And it's a queen on the turn, so the 8s are still ahead. Still a lot of outs to fade for Pavlos to earn his triple up. Oh my God, the Jack of Hearts on the river. Michelle doing it again, ruining the hopes of dreams of Pavlos and Giacomo, collecting 2 bounties. Pavlos officially finishing in 6th place for 1,610 euros. Giacomo in 5th place for 2,000. And maybe we'll see a Klopp salvage again. Maybe Michelle will collect 2 more.
What is going on?
Absolute hero.
Another nice hand here.
I remember when Jamie was first starting out, he was so humble even back then, and that hasn't changed with all his fame.
Yeah,
Sandra seems frustrated.
Yeah, maybe I feel like mentally it's tough to see all the bounty cards kind of just swiped off the table, and you gotta zone in here for the final 4. But
so GL Giorgio with a beautiful hand with the fish hooks. Usually there's 100 ways you can play jacks, but not from the button on a 10 big blind stack. They just get in, and now Michelle with an ace. We've seen him call lighter, but maybe he's happy with the number of bounties, and now he's just going for the trophy, and looks like that's the case. Does make the fold. But Joseph thinking things over. He just got a little bit of a cooler collecting those 2 low bounties of 500 each. Maybe wants to take another spin at the wheel. He's going for it. He's not going to be happy about what he sees. Trying to get another bounty. His timing was a bit off. Does not have 2 live cards unless he connects with them both, or he gets like a 6-8, 8-10 kind of flop with some more hope. A 6 out of the window, but followed by another 6 and a 3. It's looking grim for Joseph, but looking amazing for GL Giorgio. Ooh, magic card on the turn, getting one of his runners. A 5 or a 10. Maybe we see something crazy happen again. No, but it's an ace on the river. GL Giorgio doubling up. And Joseph, who had the chip lead, is now the short stack with 4 players remaining.
Barber did a fantastic job of it in the beginning.
I forgot about that, actually. You're absolutely correct.
He kicked it off 1 table, play all sorts of variants.
But meanwhile, we have Ville. It's turn to jam with King 9 suited. If Michelle calls it, and I think he will, he'll be dominating Ville. We could see him back at the Tumbola pretty soon. We've seen him call lighter than this, but that was before he collected 16,000 in bounties.
Dynamic has changed.
Now there are pay jumps. Big bounty off the board. The second biggest bounty is there. He does have the 3rd biggest. Perhaps thinking that Ville is not jamming so wide off his under the gun open. And Ville, who does have actual fold equity on Michelle, we could see that he's not really making a move. It's actually a good spot for him to be doing this. And Michelle checking his cards again. I thought he was picking them up to toss them in. I'm wondering if the massage of the brain is helping the thought process. I would be too relaxed at this point to properly think on the head. He does make the call.
Wow, he's gonna be happy about this.
Wow. And exactly what Ville said. He does have some hope. He's a 2-to-1 underdog. We've seen stranger things happen. But so far, so good for Michelle holding on the 8-3 deuce flop. Does have the faded king. Ville, on the meanwhile, is praying for a king to double up and take the chip lead. But the jack of spades on the turn does not help him. Down to 3 outs on the river. And it's the ace of diamonds on the river. An explanation point there for Michelle to eliminate Vili Puolinen in 4th place for 2,750 euros. And you know what this means, Matt.
I sense purple in our future. Purple bounty.
The purple 7,500, and let's hope he pulls it right away. We want the drama over with. Would be 1/3 of his stack. We've seen him call lighter than this. But as Matt mentioned, the dynamics have changed, so we'll see how he approaches the King-Jack suited. Does call.
Showdown? Sorry?
And we, no showdown yet. We have
Showdown.
still Joseph to act. Joseph folding his 10-8 pretty quickly though. And hoping that Michelle gets there this time so that there's just 3 players left, on being that he's not in a position to collect bounties with his 150k stack. Let's see how hot Michelle runs now. 2 diamonds. Look at this. Queen 7-3, 2 diamonds.
There's a lot of hope on that board.
A queen of hearts on the turn, a safe card for Giorgio. And the 5 of clubs on the river. The run hop for Michelle has ended, at least for now. And we do have a new chip leader, and it's Eftigios Giorgio, aka GL Giorgio, with the chip lead after getting his big slick to hold against the King-Jack suited on a very scary flop for him. Jamming it with the Rockets. He really only has 1 bet size and may get the call. He does from the chip leader with ace-8. And Joseph in amazing shape.
I'm scared to watch this, honestly. Joseph has been on a bad streak.
You're expecting carnage?
I'm not, but I'm scared to look.
Okay, you can close your eyes because I'm going to commentate the board. You can sweat along with the chat here.
Nah, I had a little more for like 7. No, I raised 25. Button call, only 10k for big line.
You would have to have been closing your eyes for too long for this one. We do have a lot of drama being created. But here we go. Alexandra ready to deal out the flop. Ooh, 8-Jack-5. That's part of it. Joseph needs a sweat and does not want to see another 8. And it's a 4 of diamonds on the turn. Very safe card. He's shouting for a 7. And it's a 5 of diamonds on the river. Not too much of a sweat for Joseph. Does double up to 340. A little bit of breathing room. Meanwhile, we have GL Giorgio down to 770. So I believe we now have him neck and neck with Michelle for the chip lead. Too big to jam. Although maybe he'll go for max value. Does go with a normalish 3-bet size though to 180. 9x from the big blind off min raise, not quite a min raise actually. No, it was a min raise. And Michelle would be dominated, but of course we would see 2 spades on the flop for the sweat if he calls. Ah, we're getting some lamps going in the chat now. Here we go.
You see them now, yeah. That's good.
2 kinds of lamps. We have the special blue lamp, but there's also the Aladdin lamp going on here.
Oh, okay.
The magic lamp.
That one's not from my channel, but they're both magic lamps.
So Michelle making the fold. GL Giorgio showing his ladies.
It's gotta feel good with the queen 9 to see the queens.
For 575,000. A fold by Joseph, hoping that Giorgio calls, and then making his run during heads-up play.
215, 600.
So he's getting a count from both players. And you can see he's thinking. He's looking at the bounty board. He wouldn't be in the worst spot if he called. He'd be flipping for a bounty. But preserving his chips, he does fold. Is Michel going to show his sevens? Does show this time. First time, I think both players showed at the table. No, we had the pocket queen showed just a moments ago, but the first time Michel anyway is shown at the table.
Sharing some info now. Yeah.
Weaker hand, but if a king comes, it could be showers for Joseph, who I would say hasn't been running good both card-wise and bounty-wise, but maybe this is the start of his comeback, and it's a safe 7-8 tray flop for the Hungarian with 2 cards to fade. 3 outs can crush him. That is not one of them. The 8 of clubs pairing the board on the turn. And the jack of spades on the river, safe for Joseph. And now all 3 players fairly close to even after Joseph doubled through GL Giorgio. So not such good luck there for GL. GL by name, not GL by getting there in 3-handed play. I think it was Ben CB that I also saw an interesting spot. It was a bounty tournament where, like, it was either Lollinger, it was one of these big names that was in it, that basically he opened, I think it was Ben CB opening and leaving 0.06 big blinds left, and then there's jam on top, another player in, and then
I saw that hand, and
Lollinger getting it in with marginal holdings, but it's a similar element here with the mystery bounty. The progressive bounties were so high that it actually forced Ben to fold, you know, with the laddering aspects of it. And quite an interesting dynamic. I have to rewatch that hand, but I think it was Ben. But look at this flop. We have an open to 65 from GL Giorgio and a defend by Joseph from the big blind. Both players capturing a piece of this flop. Obviously, the ace connecting is better than Joseph's queen connecting, but it may not matter too much with blinds quickly going up. It'll soon be 15,000, 30,000. And it is a check and a bet by Giorgio of 55,000, so about 1/3 of the pot. I think the one thing we're not going to see is a fold. The most obvious situation is going to be a call, and that's what he does. But we can't be masters of the obvious in this event. And we have a 5 of hearts on the turn, doesn't change anything. Giorgio taking a peek down at what both players have, actually. Not sure why he was staring at Michel's stack, but Michel looks very at peace during this. The opposite of the look on GL Giorgio.
I suppose all the stacks are relevant, because it might change how Joseph is going to play this hand.
And it looks like a fairly sizable bet here. Yeah, he'd be putting Joseph all in. An effective jam here. And it's a quick fold by Joseph, understanding where he's at as well, too, so it's not all about that. We have OptiBet Poker, who was in the chat before. I do follow him. OptiBet is part of the Entain brand, so you can play at Party Poker in the Baltics and other regions through OptiBet. That's where I will be playing when I get home. For a few days, I will be testing out these spins overdrive. I may create like a challenge of doing like 200 at lower stakes, seeing how I do, seeing if I should move up or down.
Yeah.
So we have a raise to 410 to an effective jam here by GL Giorgio. Molinar waking up with the snowman. So it's an all-in and a call. 8s against King 5. Molinar at risk. And has his good luck run out against a player whose name actually does mean good luck in Greek. And it's an ace, king, deuce flop, so beautiful for Giorgio, but Molinar needing a snowman to connect with the 2 he has in his hand to stay alive. That is not a snowman, that is the deuce of spades on the turn. One more card to come. Molinar needing an 8 and only an 8 to survive. And it's a queen of diamonds on the river. So it's GG to Michel Molinar. He had a heck of a run though, collecting 16,000 in bounties, plus one that he's left on the side. On top of that, he collected third place prize of 4,050 euros. We may be taking a break for heads up play. We may also be just watching the mystery bounty. But regardless of how things turn out, at least 20,000 euros going into Molinar's pocket, 4,000 from the prize pool, and another 50. At least 16,000 in mystery bounties. Actually, at least 17,000 because we know the minimum bounty left is 1,000.
Yes.
That's good. Which one?
The bounties
Up on a chair. You didn't get, no, you have one bounty.
So welcome back. We have an exciting conclusion here ahead of you at the Party Poker Live Millions Mystery Bounty event. And here's my name. I am Jason Glatzer, the commentator for the week. But we're missing one important name on that screen. And perhaps the reason some of you are tuning in, we have Matthew Staples still with us to the end. So thank you for coming back into the booth, Matthew.
No problem. It's great to be here. I can't wait to see how this heads-up match plays out. I really enjoyed this final table. It was a lot more crazy action than I thought there would be. Some of those calls I think could have gone either way, and it seemed like 9 out of 10 times they took the call. You know, some of those were, yeah, really could have gone either way.
That Jack 9 call by Michelle that got there on the river, you know, and then what did he collect? He collected the 10,000 on that one, and I think also was it a 1,000 and a 10,000? I don't remember. He's collected though now 20,000 in bounties. It was 18,500 in bounties plus the 3rd place prize. But one of these two players can win more. Joseph cannot win more. There's 3,500 in bounties going to the winner. But we did see GL Giorgio collect the 7,500 bounties. So if he collects another 3,500, he will come close to what Michelle collected with an 85.80 top prize. Right now, players have locked up 56.40. So it's not only the pay jump, but also that additional 3,500 in bounties going to the winner. So it's still quite top heavy, even though the big bounties are off the board.
Don't forget the trophy as well.
Trophy equity, it's actually a real thing. I've seen deals made. The most famous one was Kasuf before he became the bad boy in poker, basically buying a trophy in a heads-up match in a 10K.
Yep.
Probably gave up 40, 50,000 equity. I was there watching the deal making actually happen. I'm trying to think. I think it was Patrick Tardif that he was facing up against, and Patrick was like, "I don't give a crap about the trophy," and because he was just money, cash game player, didn't really need the fame, and Will kind of wanted that for his profile. But is this correct? Does GL Giorgio really have 1.5 million? It looks like he does. So we have Joseph as a massive short stack, looking for that double up. Did run bad in terms of bounty collections, but still has made it to the heads up play, has a chance for the trophy. Maybe not in this hand though, with GL Giorgio basically holding the goods with ace king on this kind of board heads up. Actually a little bit surprised there was no raise preflop, possibly hoping that Joseph would spaz out. And maybe Joseph will try to steal it away. And Giorgio now trying for a little value with the top 2. Not going to work, but it wouldn't have worked any time along the way. Joseph not falling for the trap. And we should give a special thank you to the TV table dealer, Alexandria. We were joking about the Alex and Alex, but today is her last day at the TV table. I did catch up with her a little bit on the break. Fantastic job all week long. I think we'll have Francesca back tomorrow. All the TV table dealers we've had this week, top. It's not easy dealing at the TV table because not only do you have to be one of the best dealers around, but you have to have that headset on all the time, communicating the actions to the person tracking everything so that we can have the lovely graphics that we have here. So with no ICM, it seems like there's limping strategy going on. There's no ICM and no bounty ICM, if that's actually a thing. I don't guess you call that ICM, but I don't know what you call the bounty towards the chip EV. But being that it's heads up, they're basically playing 3,500 in bounties plus about another 3,000 in the prize pool jump. So close to 6,500 euro heads up match. This is an interesting call with just the backdoor. It's not a call, it's a raise.
That's.
I kind of like this because if Joseph didn't have the goods here actually with the 2 pair, this may have actually worked, but it's not going to work in this case.
Feels like it's overdoing it for sure, but you know, who knows?
And now a full house for Joseph, so if Giorgio just decides to empty the tank, it looks like he's slowing down a little bit. Gonna save some chips.
Slowing down quickly.
But with
it's a very quick check.
Yeah. But with Joseph checking back, maybe things will be different on the river. And it is different on the river. And Joseph doing a little Hollywooding here, trying to disguise really what he is holding. Is going to put his small stack in, and will be surprised when Giorgio actually folds, being that it's not for that much more than the bet, but it doesn't matter if he bet like 160 and it's raised to 165. You know you're never good, you have to fold. Not wasting anyone's time, which is very nice, and nice early pot there, heads up for Joseph. Now if he doubles up, he would actually be in the chip lead. Not by much, it would be pretty even, but still with a minor chip lead.
I like the river bet from the 4 high. I mean, it's 4 high. That's the thing. Those bluffs are always nice because if your opponent has any, you know, high card type hands on the river, and you can even get those to fold, that's nice. But it's tough to have a lot there either, right? So.
On the other hand, he at least in jam. Like I like the sizing as well.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you're not targeting anything huge, right? You don't want to target a 7. You're not going to get a 7 to fold, a queen to fold. So.
You're basically just getting the unconnected hands to fold because anything is beating 2-4, but otherwise it appeared that Joseph was pretty much committed to get it in if he caught any piece of that. He's getting a 10-9 to fold, basically. That's a hand that would have called the flop on a queen-jack flop. But meanwhile, it was queen-7 he had, and it was a queen-jack-7 flop, and then a 7 on the turn for the full house. We've seen stranger things happen than someone coming back from such a large chip deficit. He got the first step done, Joseph. A double up will put him neck and neck with GL Giorgio, which we probably have to start calling him by his real name at some point. Maybe we can see him actually calling himself that. Eptigios Giorgio checking back the A5. And not the worst flop for 8-5, actually. Doesn't really help King Deuce. And a donk bet here by Giorgio. Not really a donk bet because it's a limp pot, so just a lead out. And Faust quickly giving up. So if it just takes min bets to get players to fold their king highs, then you can just plug away with some small ball. Eventually the stacks will get in, but if you can whittle him down, Joseph, back to where he was before, it puts him in a much better spot because then Eptigios can actually afford to double up his opponent. Right now he really can't too much because he would lose the chip lead. Well, not after that hand, but would have a much smaller chip lead.
Yeah.
I would say.
Do you think the king 2 should have called flop? Call 1?
And heads up, I think you call 1.
Yeah. It's just such an ugly king. 2 black cards. Nothing really going, but
when we see GL doing that with 2-4 suited, I think you kind of need to do it and reevaluate on the turn. You're in position in the hand as well, which makes a big difference. But meanwhile, never mind that. GL Giorgio back at it again. Basically, the big blind is tossing in 50K every hand, 25 as a dead ante. So that effectively the antes have gotten bigger. If you're used to playing online poker where every player is putting in the same ante as a fraction of the big blind, sometimes it's 10%. I've seen it as high as 20%, so that's usually like the range, usually somewhere between 10 and 15% though is the norm. Then that ante would be much smaller. But in live poker, we've adopted a big blind ante situation, so we keep that all the way through. But meanwhile, Joseph, maybe with a dream spot with the queens, does just opt to limp. Is this going to invite GL to raise? It would be bad timing, not this time.
Sorry?
And a queen out of the window. Happy days for Joseph if he can get any action out of GL. Unfortunately, Giorgio did not hit any piece of this board for him. Ooh, Jack of diamonds. Flush draw here for Giorgio, and not a very good one, but if it's going to remain passive on the turn, he may have different ideas if it's a diamond on the river, but it's a 6 of hearts on the river. Very good awareness by Giorgio, actually. Not falling for the trap at all there. It was a limp pot. We've seen him try to steal away with the 4 deuce, but not with the 5-4.
I'm a sucker for those ones. I think I would have gone for another one of those, but can't fire every time.
No.
No.
Need to balance it out.
Yep.
Especially against thinking players.
For sure.
Especially like if you're playing online at Party, for example, you can get away with not balancing stuff because nobody's using HUDs, and very often players are playing at multiple tables. But if you're playing at another network, yeah, you need to balance quite a lot, especially as you move up stakes. Otherwise, your exploits become crystal clear against the sharks, and they will pick you apart. Even I play fairly exploitative, but it's not because of like HUDs necessarily. It's just in general, I look for those exploits, and because I don't have time necessarily to be studying GTO all the time. Really at all, to be fair. I understand how the solvers work and all that, and I played around a little bit with it, but that's the extent of it. So GL jamming the 6-5 suited, was actually dominating the 5-4 there by Joseph. And Supernova reminding us that we are actually going live earlier. So instead of the 3 p.m. start time tomorrow, we will be live with the final table of the €1 million guaranteed 550 Grand Prix, starting at 2 p.m., which means we will be live with you here in stream at 2:30 because we are on a 30-minute delay. So please come back for that. We will try to get Matty Ice back in if he's not playing any side events, as I am enjoying my time with him as well, and I'm sure you guys like having him in the booth. Hopefully Matt's...
Likewise, I'm enjoying this as well.
That's good.
Yeah, definitely.
So limp a jam, it's just a spot for Joseph. I think having the king is a little bit low. He could have jammed just pre-flop with the blinds at 10-25 if he so chose, but once he limps and he's shoved a pawn, it's a good fold by him. Maybe if he was a little shorter, he would call, but still with 12 big blinds behind is a much different story.
I think
the 700,000 guarantee on that millions event, that is quite nice actually. We didn't have any guarantee this time and we still got more than 400,000. So when you final table it next time and you make it to the podium or beyond, you're looking at a nice payday, Matt, in Dublin if you make it out there. No pressure.
Starting to get excited about it. A lot of hype being generated here.
Eptigios with a premium hand. We just saw him jammed in a limp pot with the 6s. He did try to trap once with a premium holding, but this time he's going for a raise. And king 6. If it was jammed upon him, it would probably be a fold, but it's just inviting him to come over the top. Doesn't really have fold equity, maybe a little bit. Does give up. So it is 15-30 now, so I saw 30K in front of Joseph. And that makes a big difference, because now he's actually down to 8 big blinds.
Yeah.
He should be shoving these hands, like any king he should be shoving. Certainly any ace, most queens. Suited jacks. Suited lower cards as well.
Yeah. Can't be too picky at this point.
No. You can fold your 7 deuce. I think we all agree on that. Unless they just adopted a 7 deuce side game.
Unless there's a mystery bounty.
A 7 deuce mystery bounty pull.
Yeah.
That would be a fun element to add.
Wow. Yeah, I mean...
You can have like 5 7 deuce mystery bounties for the final table. And if nobody collects them, they just get added to the winner prize.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Theo viral influence on me is seeping in. That,
It
that
is.
cash
It-
game was insane. I don't
it
know if you
really
checked it out
is.
at all.
Yeah, stand-up game, final tables, 8-3-7 deuce mystery bounty, final tables.
It was the second time I had the honor of commentating one of his matches. First time was in another location.
Oh.
So we have a jam and a call. Never mind story time. It's Queen King against 5, so it's a coin flip. Joseph slightly ahead to double up. But it's a 5 out of the window. A full house flop by Joseph.
That'll do.
So likely doubling up a short stack again, and now it's the check mark. And a 3 of clubs on the river to complete the board. The game continues, and now Joseph back to 440. He did get up to there once during heads up and then was whittled away by GL Giorgio. And let's see how GL adjusts to this, because it can be frustrating when you keep getting down to the ropes and then your opponent gets chips, but he seems to be laughing it off. So I think that's a way of not getting
he doesn't
tilt at all.
Yeah.
You feel those bad beats so much more in live poker than you do online, and one of the reasons is that you can always fire up another online tournament when you're playing online, but you can't fire up another mystery bounty with a 1K and a pure heads up on the final table.
No, every run means so much more.
Typically, you're playing a much higher ABI, average buy-in. Joseph limping with the 7-4. An 8 deuce back is dominating the 7-4 and flops bottom pair, but really nothing for either player. And it's Joseph trying to steal one away. This is the first time during heads-up play we've seen him attempt to steal, but it's not going to work. Maybe it'll work on a bigger bet on the turn. He's going to have a tough time repping that his flop bet, though, was an ace.
The spots are very, very tough to fire, I find.
Because he would have raised aces pre-flop, maybe, but we saw him limp with queens, so maybe that's not the case.
Definitely have a bit of ace X still, some king X. There's definitely value out there.
Yeah, the king X is still continuing, not continuing because it's a limp pot, but it is trying to get the pot bumped up with a min bet there off a short stack. So maybe would have worked. We still have Joseph's biggest supporter in the chat in Voldemort sticking around from the very beginning to the very end, so
Gotta
I love
respect
the
that.
dedication.
Yep, we do.
And hope to see you back with or without any Hungarians at the final table tomorrow of the Grand Prix, because that will surely provide a lot of excitement like you've seen today, but it'll be a different poker dynamic. It'll be back to ICM and not people going absolutely crazy trying to collect those mystery bounties. So we have a raise to 80 with the suited king, and Joseph is likely to fire his stack in. Indeed he does. Now what is Giorgio going to do? Is he going to think he's priced in? He does have 2 live cards, not in the worst spot if he calls. He's asking for a count. Once again, it's about a 6,500 euro difference at this point, with 3,500 and bounties still out there. The player to win this is going to collect both of those, so there's going to be no drama anymore with the mystery pulls. And between the difference of the prize pool of nearly 3,000 as well, with the winner going home with 8,580 euros. And Michelle, during the break, had a chance to have a chat with him. He's enjoying life. He has all 4 of those mystery bounties sitting out on a table with a massive smile on his face. So if you're still here wondering what happened to Michelle, is he disappointed about his 3rd place finish? He would have loved to have that trophy, but he's still living on cloud 9. Even asked if whether his mystery bounties would be included on Hendon Mob, and then we were joking about having the picture of the mystery bounty envelopes. Matt was involved with this conversation as well, but in very good spirits, and that's always good to see. It's one of the reasons why he's one of the guys that I always root for when I see him running deep, even if I'm not supposed to take favorites.
30.
It's much easier to hide that when you're reporting than when you're commentating.
100%, yeah. Tough to hide the excitement up here.
And Valkyrie giving you some lamps.
Thank you.
So this is about the most passive hand that you're going to see thus far. Limp pot checking on the flop, a check by GL with the second pair with the 8, hoping that Joseph potentially bets into him. He can't be uber confident that it's not a jack, but after it checked on the flop, he will likely call at least this bet on the turn, if not raised. Oh, he's getting it in! But Joseph is going to have to fold. He has absolutely nothing. In a results-oriented environment, that would have been a call, but in reality, he doesn't know what Joseph has. And it looks like the pot was shown awarded to the wrong player, so the stacks are actually a little bit off there. It was Georgios that definitely won that hand, and we can see that Joseph does not have $500,000. He has about 200,000 in his stack. 250 if you count the big blind. Now a little bit more. That's about 250.
Back to a substantial lead.
A little limpy. Does Joseph turn up with anything? Well, it's stronger than 9-7, but not by much. And once again, he has about 250. It's about 200,000 off his stack, and you can add that over to Giorgio's stack. So Giorgio with a commanding lead over Faust. Faust has displayed a lot of heart today, though. He took it very well collecting those 2 minimum mystery bounties while he was watching Michelle collect the world.
Yeah.
So this is interesting. A raise to 70 with a 10-6 from out of position. Is technically still ahead. Does just have 175,000 in his stack. And 30 of that's going in for a min bet. Does get a fold, so does
nice
chip
play.
up a little bit, yeah. Up to about 390, 380, something like that. At least with heads up, we can keep track of the chip differential, so. And it's easy to count also what at least Joseph has at the moment. I know Voldemort wishes it wasn't easy for us to count that he had more chips, but that's unfortunately not the case, Voldemort. It's actually E. Voldemort. I've been calling him like Voldemort.
It's not Voldemort? Or?
No,
Oh,
it's really
wow.
not. So apologies.
And did he say any?
No, he's been gentleman. He said maybe something about maybe how I'm pronouncing Joseph's name, but I don't think he even did that. So we have a mystery hand, and Joseph flopping the bottom pair. The mystery is no longer a mystery. A check by GL Giorgio. And Joseph picking up back-to-back small pots, and now up to about 450, give or take. And Giorgio at about 1.4 million. So still a massive advantage. But going back, it is E. Voldemort. So I was calling him like Voldemort, like after, like, I've watched all the Harry Potter stuff twice with my son. We've read all the books. Absolutely love that whole, you know, that whole, I wish there was something else that was similar. I guess Lord of the Rings can be similar, but this is, you know, it was truly special Harry Potter. So apologies for that.
Many times over my streaming career, I had called people, you know, a certain name, reading their name just quickly, however my brain visualizes it, and then I'll really zone in on it, you know, maybe 2 years later. And I'm like, oh, that's completely the wrong name I've been calling you. And they never correct you. That's the thing. They never say like, hey, you've been saying my name wrong for 2 years. They just let it happen. So, I don't know. don't know what it is about Twitch.
I'm wondering though what his screen name means now. The Voldemort I understood was like an electronic Voldemort, and I'm like, well, that's cool. It's sometimes nice to play the villain, you know. It's he seems like a very friendly, nice guy, so it's like tongue in cheek.
Yeah, yeah.
And E Voldemort, I don't know what that would mean. Oh, it's saying it is Voldemort, but spelled like Voldemort. Because I do see like a dot, unless my keyboard is monitor is that dirty.
Now I'm just confused.
Yeah.
I don't know where to go from here on this.
No. And we could be trolling as well, which I would love if he was. But I think that that's where he got it from, which is cool. So 2 raggedy hands going with another limp pot. No love on the 8 king 10 2 heart board. Some backdoors for both players. That's about it. Double backdoors if we want to go that way again.
That's what you say. Double backdoors.
I could see the photographer in the background just itching for the winner photo, but probably also taking some nice photos of the heads up affair. These 2 gentlemen have battled it out for 2 days to get to this point. And a very, I would say, talented field, at least from what we saw today. We saw some amazing poker when we were down to 21. And then we saw the gears ticking and players that we knew were talented and the adjustments that they made for the mystery bounty. I'm not going to pretend I know whether all their adjustments were correct or not, but you do throw ICM not only out the window, but you go completely in the other direction, where some hands that even in a pure chip EV point of view, that would be a fold or a call, like we saw with Michelle with the Jack 9. I'll ask him about the maths about that off stream, and if he shares, we can bring that up again tomorrow at some point, because it is interesting. Meanwhile, Joseph continuing to chip up at around 500,000. Giorgio at about 1.3. So twice on the ropes, twice recovering. It sounds like blinds went up, so maybe they shortened the clock. No, it's still the same. But sometimes in events, the 2 heads-up players do agree to half the clock or shorten it a little bit.
Yep.
So you're getting so many more hands in heads-up that you can actually do that. Baby suited connectors for Joseph. And a queen for Giorgio. Opting to check back his option from the big blind and a limp pot. Heart out of the window, followed by another heart, so it's ace, 6, 9, 2 hearts. Doesn't connect with Giorgio much at all, but Joseph can't be too upset about seeing those 2 hearts. Does need to find spots to push the edges, so I'm not surprised he's reaching for some chips here, even though he hasn't made a hand. If he could take it down now, he's not going to be upset. And Giorgio a little sticky with the queen too. This is why I say you can call with the king. If you can call with the queen, you can call with the king. Actually is ahead with the queen. Now what do you do if you're Joseph in this spot, Matt, where you have a little bit of equity on the river, you're a little bit low on chips?
I think this sort of flush draw would love to bet again. It's not a disaster to have to fold your equity with this kind of draw, and you just accomplish so much putting pressure on the low pairs or like some clubs that floated you, or a hand exactly like what he had, a queen high, a king high. So
but now I don't think he's going anywhere after connecting with that queen on the river after checks on the turn.
Definitely not, no.
Oh no, Joseph. Okay, it's not his whole stack, but it is nearly a pot-sized bet. Well, a little bit less, 2/3 the pot, 125,000. Not thinking too hard about making the call. And now Joseph is back down on the ropes, down to about 300,000.
Queen 2, diamond club on the flop, gets it done.
I have to say, like, heads up isn't like something that I have completely studied, but I seem to have like a natural intuition when I'm in like the local and I'm heads up. I do actually fare well in those spots, but it's just intuition, you know, like I'm probably calling with the king there, but folding with the queen.
Yeah, I think having, you know, Queen of Hearts, definitely call. Queen 7, Queen 8, definitely call. Just a little bit more going on. But gets it done.
I like to say sometimes that these guys are heads up and we're not, but you've been
Yeah.
twice at feature
Well,
table, so you can speak for the players a little bit. You've
No,
had
I've-
some nice experience this week.
I'm of course not speaking for the players, just kind of thinking out loud in terms of what I would do.
Yeah, but I trust your opinion a little bit better than mine in these spots, especially in heads up. Lately, I've been just blowing up stacks on final tables online. It's embarrassing.
What's going on out there? What are you what are you doing? Is it the 3 bets, the 4 bets? The
It's
bluffs?
not. I mean, I started playing PLO tournaments for the first time in 4 years, and that's where I really just have no clue about ICM, and I don't take my foot off the gas when I should. So I'm still trying to exploit the small edges, going for the win, and I know that's completely wrong, but I don't know how to play it any different in
Whoa.
PLO.
Well, I suppose.
Let's just say my full button doesn't get enough use.
From what I understand, I mean, we don't necessarily need to get into PLO ICM, but what I've heard is that essentially PLO tournaments are completely gridlocked because you can, the risk premium, which is how much extra equity you need to make plays with the payouts in the ICM, essentially you're not going to often enough have enough equity because the equities run so close in PLO. So, you know, since it's 60-40 so often, or 65-35, or even closer to 50-50, gambling becomes a lot more expensive and can be wrong.
So an absolute monster, but not too many big blinds. It's about a 250,000 jam, but not priced in as Giorgio, so a small pickup there for Joseph. I think if we combine what we saw here to PLO tournaments, everything goes back to normal and I can actually win them. I mean, with a chip lead, I'm kind of nasty in PLO, you know, and I've like played, but those have been typically smaller field events, both live and online. But in these massive field events, I've never come to one with the chip lead. It's either I'm in the middle or near the bottom, and I should be waiting things out, and I'm first or second one out. Same in Hold'em. I have like so many like 6th through 9th finishes this summer. It's just kind of embarrassing. I mean, I'm making money doing it, but I'm leaving a lot on the table, you know, in the best spots. Rather than get too annoyed at myself, I do try to sit with people that I feel understand these spots a little bit better, and that's how you learn. And I recommend that to all players. There's a lot of friendly players out there.
Oh.
Oh ho! Joseph making a move. Apparently is a fan of Robbie.
See, that's why I said it was a monster early when I joined. I knew he was
And
going to
that
get
was a
some
suited
respect.
jack 4 in that one.
I know.
It's
yeah.
a double monster. But my priority is always providing like content. You know, I do quite a lot of writing, mostly these days on the road, but some pre-event stuff too. I really like supporting the poker community and what I do best, and I also love to do commentating as well. So any kind of content I love to provide more than playing. And then when I'm at home, I can play. So I'm not playing that much on the road these days. Occasionally a cash game or something, but not tournaments.
You can't read that?
Well, this is a nice jam spot for Joseph. Has about 300 in a stack, a little bit less. But running into an ace, this is going to be a call for sure by Giorgio. And will he live up to his name, which translates to good luck in Greek? Eftigios Giorgio going for the win here, is ahead with the ace-10 against king-9. Joseph Faust, who has fans in the chat, does have 2 live cards and would be right back in things if he can hit here. but it's looking grim for Joseph after Eftigios connects with his ace on the 8-ace jack rainbow flop. Needs a pair of runners. That is one of them. Some hope here with the 9 of diamonds turn. Any king, any 9, and he gets there.
Not dead yet.
But he's dead now on the 4 of hearts river, so good game to Joseph. Played well all day long, and a massive congratulations to Eftigios. Giorgio, who already collected a 7,500 bounty, will collect 3,500 more because that's what's left in the mystery bounty prize for a grand total of 11,000 in bounties. And on top of that, he will collect the top prize of 8,580s. And that is not all. There will be a nice trophy for him to remember this experience, for him to show up. So massive congratulations to him and to all the players at the final table, especially Michelle Molinar, who won more than 20 grand after collecting pretty much most of the big bounties. Thank you to Alex and the other Alex for TV table dealing. Special thank you to Party Poker for hosting this event, to Portomaso Casino for actually hosting the event as well, to the wonderful people at 24H Productions for running all the tech work. It was a fantastic day with them. And last but certainly not least, a massive thank you for Matthew Staples for coming into the stream and sticking it out for the entire final table. So thank you, Matthew, for joining in.
It was a fun final table. I'm glad I stuck around to watch this one, and it was nice to listen to you give your insight on the final table as well. You know, not everyone gets a first-hand look into the booth with Jason, so always happy to be here.
So we hope to have Matthew back tomorrow. We will be live around 2:30. The final table of the Grand Prix is kicking off at 2 o'clock. Hope to see you back. There's one important person I forgot to thank, and that is our moderator, Supernova Shaz. Fantastic job as always, both behind the scenes and what you see in the chat. So much love to you, Shaz, and see you all tomorrow.
Efigio, well done, our winner of our mystery bounty. How do you feel?
Fantastic.
And I see, so you have obviously 2 of the last bounties here ready. If you'd like to whack one of those on your 2,500, and then we have the 1,000. So you've done very well for this whole tournament. Did you enjoy the whole?
Yeah, it was lovely. I mini cash in the main event, and after this is a great ending to the trip. It's a great tournament, a great festival.
So this is the complete end. You're not doing anything else tomorrow?
No, I'm flying back tomorrow.
Oh, you don't want to do a relaxing day with your lovely wife who is here that has supported you?
We did already.
Okay, yeah. So you're going to continue everything else later?
Yeah.
And after that, next steps with poker?
The same tournaments, grinding.
Mainly with party poker?
Yeah. Mainly with party poker.
Well done. Congratulations, and we will see you on our next event. Bravo.
Sure.
Complimenti.
Thank you.